mean, the collaborations are always really fun, no matter who you work with, unless they are behaving like a total dipshit.
Are we debating in here?
Yeah, you should try working with a team of all total dipshits if you really want to try and get something done.
Oh, I have. It was horrible.
Hey, Loki.
Not on such a matter, not on anything like this, but yeah, I have worked with literal idiots.
Loki, are you debating today?
Not really. I mean, I would.
Oh, we're not
definitely
gonna have master debating Loki here today.
I mean, discussion is fine, but I'm not really up to.
I would suggest removing the master from your name. You know.
No.
See, your original name.
From my,
your original.
chess,
let me tell you what your original. Let me tell everyone else what your original name is, which is Loki Meister, Maister.
Yes, it is. It is a reference from my chess career.
Can you understand this guy, Dan?
Yeah, he's better than Nico. Yes. Nico, I can't understand.
I always pitch like Nico with like a French croissant like halfway out his mouth just as he's talking. Like those baseball players that chew gum and it's just like hanging out their mouth as they're chewing on it.
You are the most American there possibly is. You know that?
I'll tell that to someone over at Gem's server. What's his name? Angelo. He told me he was more American than I could ever be. I'm like, you're not even living in America right now.
That's impossible.
Yeah, he's not even living in America. You're right. So this other Jesse image is showing that on 2 different days he got the water line to move up and down, one below eye level and one above eye level. So he's definitely not making any assumptions except that stuff looks different in different conditions.
And in science, how far did that get scientry?
Well, what he needs is black vision. He get like a black hole. He could, or what do they call the other one? A quantum view, maybe a quantum view, or some, an anti. It's another good. He can make an anti-assumption with a quantum view. Get some dressing on this word salad. If we're not careful.
Yeah, I got no clue what the fuck you're saying. But now I'm hungry. All right, I'm gonna be back.
So a few years ago, McDonald's had a burger that was called a Angus burger, and it was really good. And
what the fuck?
The funny thing would have to have been the meeting where somebody raised their hand. They said, "Does anybody have any questions?" And somebody in the back said, "We're the biggest hamburger place in the world, right?" And they're like, "Yeah." And the guy goes, "We could make something that tastes like a fucking hamburger." And the guy goes, "What do you mean?" And then for a couple of years they made it. It tasted like a hamburger, like more like what you might make at home. Otherwise, that famous burger doesn't taste anything like a hamburger. Nothing. Like a hamburger you would make. Or
wait, it's called a famous burger.
And they also call it a sandwich sometimes. Like if I look at it, if I get a cheeseburger, I think to myself, it's a cute little sandwich. But I still don't think
the reason I laughed was because I thought you said anus burger.
No, that's a disease here called Asperger's disease. And it's where people don't know a good burger or not.
when they do not remember the taste of a good burger.
Okay, speaking of not knowing a good burger or not, here is my problem. Often as a flat earther, I might say, well, you should check this out. You should look at this. And they say to me, I'm not going to look at that. And I go, why? And they say, because I know the shape of the earth. And I feel that if I said to you, oh, you have to try this burger, it is the best burger. And you say to me, well, I make the best burger. So why I don't need to try that. I know what the best burger is. And that argument is common, that I know what I know. So why should I try, or why should I listen to your burger? And I understand that emotionally, but scientifically it's garbage. You have to bite the thing to know that yours is still the best. If you don't,
yeah, open-mindedness is one of the most important, basically, most likely the most important thing in science, philosophy, art, and well, everything in the society is based on open-mindedness. If there was no open-mindedness, it would all just be war, differences, and yes, the ignorance prevails, and there is so much. So basically, nobody is working with nobody. People are just going to wars, but the open-mindedness is still there. We would completely collapse if it wasn't. But most people, unfortunately, ignore it.
it's always surprising to me where the different countries found cooperation in space with certain sized doorways and things. No problem. They can just go up there, like someone standardized something. Because that standardization has to be early in design.
Well, we were getting our engines. Well, NASA was getting their engines from the Soviets, before they were considered Russia. They've been doing it for however long. They needed Elon to come in. Elon's not an American. I don't know why we look at him like he's some Lord and Savior.
What is he, Canadian?
He's from South Africa. Apartheid.
Where does money come from?
Well, he has a brother who is also a businessman. And I don't know if his brother's also a dropout. But everyone knows you go to college to party. And Elon had his daddy's money. Just like Trump borrowed a cool $1 million from his daddy to get going. And what do you need to make money, Dan?
Slaves.
What? Or money. You need money to make money.
Corruption. Cook the books. Wait, am I getting close? Cook the books.
Just stay on slaves.
What you should do is hire a bunch of people, insure their lives, put them at risk, and make money that from their life insurance policy. And if
consensual slavery.
Yeah. And if you get good, you get the right policy, you can take them finger and like one finger and one limb at a time and get more payoffs than you would by killing them. You could just have one accident. You could get like 4 accidents out of one arm. You know, like 3 fingers, you know.
That's what gypsies do in my country. It's terrible.
If you put on a woman's blouse by accident, or a woman's jacket, and you try to button it, it's backwards, right? Because that's how the fashion is. I don't know, right? And it's hard to do that. It's hard. Your fingers want to button the other way. If you take the tip of either one of your fingers off, you're not going to be able to button your own shirt.
You know, the singer, the guitar player in Black Sabbath had a missing finger his whole career, and he put on a little booty thing that he made. So he can still play guitar, but he can't feel. But he still uses it. A finger cot. They call those little things finger cots.
Finger cot. Maybe that could help you button your shirt or not. But that alone, the tip of your finger, $35K. Probably more now.
So what do you date cactus where you live? Indian women? What do you do? How do you find women in the desert?
It's hard.
Yeah.
You hunt for them.
I may have to go to the.
How
I'm gonna have to go
do
to
you
the
lure
pond.
them in with water?
Yeah, just sit there with water and let them come to you. That's a trick.
Well, you need cigarettes and because you got a cigarette. You need some cigarettes and probably some fentanyl.
Some meth.
Yeah, the fentanyl, meth, and then they say that the weed always makes them too horny. But yeah, definitely some methamphetamines or some synthetic opiates, aka fentanyl, aka blues. I got the blues, Kraft macaroni and cheese.
You don't have lots of Mexicans like me in Texas have. Right?
No, we got Hispanic males, as my grandma would say, or as I would ask my grandma, Grandma, what's a wetback? And then she'd stop and think about it because she had just used that word, a second before, referring to the people out our back window selling drugs in the alley. And she goes, "Oh, don't worry about it.
Oh, it's black people you don't have in Arizona.
We have plenty of beautiful black women out here.
Really?
Asian.
I thought you outlawed them or something.
How many Asians do you got? Because I was in San Diego and they got the Asians.
Do they?
How many Asians are up there? No, we do downtown Phoenix. We do have Asians, but they're slim to none. And when they are, they're like thick Asian. They're beautiful.
Ben is about to move to San Diego.
Yeah. But the amount of Asians in San Diego is way more. So we got a fairly good mix out here.
We got
I was
lots of them here,
protesting.
but
What was it, Wednesday?
They have whole cities. Yeah.
Yeah, like the Golden Triangle in San Diego.
Ooh. Where's that?
The Chinatown.
Vagina Town. That's right.
No.
Vagina Town.
Get some vagina food.
The cat. Oh no. Oh, I hate myself.
You know what they ask you in the Golden Triangle?
What?
They say, "What do you want? Meow meow or ruff ruff?"
Okay, I have a present for you. Can you see my screen, Marty? I have a present for you. That right there is out my peephole. And I know how much you like peepholes. So there's live out my peephole right now.
Jesus Christ, how many tabs do you have?
Oh yeah, nice. So now look, it's your walls are curved, right? Look, it's a fisheye lens you're looking through. That's my point when I want to show people.
That might be barrel distortion. Like if it's not fisheye, it is the shape of the lens. But there's something called barrel distortion.
Do a barrel roll.
That may have to do with the roundness of things, the lenses,
But obviously, your columns out front of your door aren't curved, right? If you were to open your door and take that same picture.
No, those are straight bars. Those are like prison bars.
Yeah, so it's definitely distorted. That's why I want people to look out their peepholes and say, how can you see your ceiling, above your roof, or your fascia there on your roof, and then your concrete patio below at the same time? Like, how do you think that's happening? And what I always I always say is that NASA is literally here. I'll do a screenshot, and this is how I believe NASA is always taking
Nessa
their.
is live streaming from dance peephole.
Oh, here's somebody walking by. There's some
Oh.
excitement. Oh wow!
Are they?
Time to
Do they got
shoot.
foil in their hand and they're knocking on their door? They need a lighter from you.
I don't know. No,
America
Sunday.
mentioned
Everyone
our
around
men-
here, there's big business around here on Sunday. The Mexican restaurants and stuff all do business.
All
Lots
the
of
shootings are on
lots of
Sundays.
yelling. Ay, 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 ay,
Jesus.
yeah, we got lots of. And then I got a liquor store a couple doors down, and people buy beer and then come back in this area and drink because it used to be an alley. It used to go through.
So then they just come to a dead end and they're like, ah, fuck it.
Yeah,
I'll get drunk right here.
just before pissing on my dumpster.
I'm glad I don't get drunk anymore, Dan.
Me too.
I'm glad I don't have to get. I did 10 years ago. I was doing a lot of work to get this. Anyone can get sober. Staying sober is the.
You should speak on behalf of Flat Earth Anonymous.
Right. We got to do a meeting over there.
Yeah, we should do a weekly meeting. Pick a day.
Monday night men's. I love the
Magical
Q
healing
QAnon.
session.
I wrote
Or Flatinon. Flatinon. That's what it is, Frank. That's
Yeah.
for Flatinon is for the people who are the women who are married to the flat earth men, right? That's where the women meet.
uh-huh.
Mhm.
And I wrote the what you will call it prayer, the Flat Earth Anonymous prayer. What do they call that? The prayer.
Change the things you can't know.
Yeah. The rotundity prayer. I call it the rotundity prayer.
Rotunda. What rotunda tree?
Let's see if I can find it. It says, "God grant me." Oh, here it is. I fucking made a meme out of it. Fuck me. Retarded. Let's see. Back to where I was. And
Yeah, we got to do a meme night where we make memes together.
Okay, the Flat Earth Anonymous Rotundity Prayer. God grant me the rotundity to accept the radius, whose lack thereof I cannot change, the courage to measure the things I can, and the wisdom to ignore the dipshit.
Ignore the dipshits. Amen. So it be.
Amen. Yeah, how do you battle that, right? Poor fucker.
I want to go over. They say how AA mimics the Bible or follows whatever, yada yada yada. But having men only is something where you can talk about whatever you want, and something about just no women around is freeing.
Is gay. Very
Well,
gay.
well, we can see the women right afterwards. They'll be waiting for us out front.
Mm-hmm.
But if we do get a woman in there, it'd probably just be one.
Are you saying I got to share with you?
No. We don't have the Eiffel Tower. I don't like dressing up like a clown.
You don't have to do that for me. I'll laugh at you anyway.
I'm gonna mute while I finish eating the spaghetti.
What a homo.
Hey, good news. I found an old SD card and it works. I'm transferring all of my stuff. Love it when things just work.
So I'm looking up news about JPL, right? Jet Propulsion Laboratories.
Oh,
And I live here, right? So I'm seeing here they wanted to expand something. They're gonna like build a dam. They're looking for, like $1 million to build a dam. And this is in 1949, right? And no, $10 million, it looks like.
what do you mean 1949? What do you mean by that?
Oh, I'm showing an article. I'm showing an article.
Oh, okay. You're talking about back in the day. Okay.
And then I look a little further. I look a little further down the road, you see? And then by 1997, I'm not showing it. Me. By 1997, the article says JPL's toxic waste responsible for cancer, suit says. And the very same shit they were damming was all this caustic chemical shit that they were putting into the soil. I'll be damned. So they looks like a $10 million project later just to contaminate the local soil. Speaking of soil, according to this article, this news stuff is funny. According to this, soil from Antarctica will aid JPL's plan for a Mars trip. Can you imagine that? And I was looking at a new version of the rover on the moon, and I'm always saying that the guy's hands don't move, and I don't know what kind of controls they got, but I'm noticing coming at you, you see his left hand not moving, and going away from you, you see his right hand not moving. And right when he flips the turn, where you'd have to see him going hand over hand to make a turn, they cut it because it's a dummy. It's a fucking dummy. I really can't fucking believe it that it's that blatant, but it is. And the cut says so much. Rover on the moon. It says so much. It's like, why would it be cut right when you'd have to see his hands moving? Right? This right then. Here, I'll share my screen. You will see what I'm talking about. Motherfuckers. Because this is a dummy. And I ain't no dummy. But I'm pretty sure that this is. Man, my computer cannot handle a thing when it's this full. It can't spool. I gotta close some shit. Okay, if anyone can see my screen, they're gonna show the rover. And I want you to just look close in this pretty crisp image. For any movement of this guy. I don't know what kind of steering wheel he's supposedly holding on to, but his arms don't bounce around.
Oh, is it a remote control?
There was a man in it. The remote control portion of the rover is the camera. The camera is operated from Earth. And they're going to go to a shot of that on here too. So going away, you don't see any movement. The arm bounce ever, even though the whole thing bounces around. His back is like fixed. I assume there's a seatbelt maybe or something. It might be keeping him upright,
What's the
not
what's the
bouncing.
auto correction that's going on there where it's bouncing all around? Is
Stabilization.
that,
Stabilization. So something moves there, but it's like a piece of paper. It's not his arm. His arm is completely fixed. Left arm completely fixed. And
Well,
ooh,
he's
damaged
left
tape. See that? Damaged tape. Right when you'd have to see him make the turn and move his arms, it's gone.
Mm.
And then you'll see his right arm doesn't move either. Oh, damaged tape again. Yeah. Nice. And so which arm is steering? You know, maybe the right arm's on the joystick. Maybe that's
'Cause
how
I think I remember having this Lego model for the Rover, and there was a little joystick thing that you
now
had.
watch where the craft is and that fake horizon line before the wall where the projected mountains are. Watch him
Oh
turn
yeah, you can see it. You can see
before
it right
all
there,
that.
right before it. He turned.
Exactly, because it's a wall. It's so fucked up. It's so like, I mean, this is really clear. I feel there should be motion. I don't feel that there should be only one shot where you don't see the guy move. And right where we should see the guy move, you don't see shit. Of course, this is slowed down because that's why it looks bouncy, bouncy. I could turn it up in speed and we'll see. Right? It'll look normally. Wait, let's watch the turn again or the non-turn.
Let's watch how
Well,
the dirt falls.
comparison source versus upscale. Upscale? The fuck is an upscale? Upscale? Me not get it. So yeah, anyway, I don't buy that shit. I really don't. Let's put this thing up to double speed and watch how normal it looks. Little toy car buzzing around, little toy guy, little toy stuff.
Proud of you, Marty.
He's coming around. He's burning rubber. He's kicking up moon dust.
But his arms don't bounce when the whole thing hits that bump right there. Watch it again. Whole thing fucking goes through a pretty big
Well,
bump.
is that because the suit is like all they talk about? Oh, it's the suit, everything's the suit.
I don't know. See, the camera's mounted on his chest and it doesn't move, and it's got an extension on it. Camera wiggled left and right, but not up and down. There's a relationship between his helmet and the seat. Watch. That's what I think is a telltale. His relationship between the helmet, his back, and the seat never budge. Like his head just doesn't bounce around.
Well, no, is that his pack? That's his pack, right?
But his head's loose and it doesn't bounce it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess his head's loose in there anyway. It wouldn't necessarily bounce.
That looks like a slice of shit rover. Or is it a rover or what's it actually called?
It's called a rover, but I'm just like really
No, it's called the Lem.
looking at this dude because when he goes away, you can see his right arm. It doesn't do shit, and it doesn't bounce around. And his left, when he comes back, is you can see his left arm isn't doing shit. And the only time when you'd really see his hands, they cut it because it was too obvious. The dude wasn't making the turn. It was way too obvious.
So do they go around the lander there and then they're coming back to what?
Yeah, exactly. Who knows?
And then you
Right
see
here,
the
just suddenly like,
little antenna.
oops, let's just stop it for no reason. Oops. So weak. I don't know, man. Not buying that.
I'm getting sick watching this thing. I would be throwing up in my spacesuit bouncing around that much.
There's some other image from inside the car. I don't know why this isn't included here. But the camera in the car also is probably pretty fakeable.
The moon landing. I watched more hours of PBS just feeding me debunking moon landing growing up than I ever did watching 9/11 videos, right? So it's like they're precursoring all this, no, debunks this, debunks that, debunk. And then you're just supposed to accept it.
Oh man. Last night was a fucking treat.
Oh yeah.
It's my wife's birthday yesterday, so we go out and decide that we're gonna get fucked up. She gets fucked up pretty quickly in the day, and I have to take her home and go back out. One of her best friends has been single for like a year, and it was like a big relationship and stuff like that. So she's looking to like fuck dudes and stuff like that. And she's actually, she's pretty hot, for a lot of guys. So every time we go out, there's always guys that are like always all over her and everything else, and she's always, like batting them off and stuff. And well, there's this one guy that I told him, like 2 years ago that at some point her and this guy are gonna fuck. And it almost happened. I mean, he had complete opportunity. There's another guy that was ready to launch and fucking, he fell asleep like during sex. Like, holy fuck, this guy was that drunk. He fell asleep. So it comes back around, and I'm like, bro, this, like, the ball is in fucking play. Like this shit's gonna happen. And even my wife's friend was like in with it and everything else. And not the one that he wanted to fuck, but her other friend. And sure enough, both of us are talking to him like, bro, this shit can fucking happen. But he sees her talking to some other guy, and he fucking throws the whole thing away because he sees her talking to some other guy instead of listening to what the fuck we're saying. Like, bro, just keep it chill. And he goes, hey man, it's my turn.
Oh.
He's like, it's my turn. And I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. Listen to their conversation. They're not talking about fucking right now. They're talking about something completely fucking different.
It's my turn to go to the moon, Dan. I want my turn.
You don't have to go to the moon to get moon round.
There's a very limited supply of this on Earth.
It was the craziest fucking. No, but we had maybe 8 or 9 people stay over last night. Like, that was a good fucking party.
Nice.
How many did she get to?
She only fucked the one guy.
So it's not that great a story.
She got the 9 to 10 of them.
Now, I'll tell you, it's some guys, like they see a goal in mind. And what they do is that once they get so close to it, to where they think that, they're going to get something and everything else, and it doesn't happen, instead of just playing it cool, and just fucking chilling the fuck out for a minute, they blow everything out of absolute proportion, and they destroy any chance that they ever have of their goal. And it's like, you can't do that. I mean, if you really want something and somebody else just happens, to, be at the goal before you.
Dude, sometimes murder is necessary, or else how are they going to learn? How are you going to set an example?
You know what they say, a good patio doesn't build itself.
A good patio?
Yeah.
Yeah.
let's not talk about sex and murder.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Yeah. Let's talk about that patio thing. Like, what are we using to build
I
this
mean,
patio?
what have you got against underpasses or flyover bridges?
Well, you know Marty's not getting nothing.
No, you need game. You see, that's what I think a lot of guys lack.
Game? Yeah.
And directness, and generally amount of confidence.
This dude's confidence is on point though. Like he was like, it's my turn.
That just makes it sound like you're on a sort of like conveyor belt. It's not really how you're going to get to that.
Yeah, definitely. And this guy,
Oh,
his only problem with this game is that he feels that when it's his turn, it's his turn. And it's like, hey man, like, I know you're not going to do anything bad, but you can't have that outlook. You know, sometimes if somebody else just happens to, you know, get there before you just got to settle down a little bit.
I mean, the thing is it, you know, if you know, saying it from the female side, if that's the kind of attitude someone's got, you know, what the fuck am I, a roller coaster ride?
Stingray, right?
No, Stingray's got no game.
Ah, still, I could see you as a roller coaster ride. Probably take
Yeah.
women for a loop.
Well, no, I mean it's about enjoyment of spending time with someone that you like.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
it
what I'm
doesn't mean
saying.
it doesn't mean it needs to be a permanent thing because you know sometimes women don't want that. But you know, you don't make them feel like a carousel ride.
Mm. And see, that's that thing right there is that people don't understand that sometimes you gotta just listen to what other people want. And if what they want is the same thing that what you want, I mean,
Bingo.
bingo, exactly.
Yeah. And it's the same way as I mean, yeah, the other thing is when people dive into the friend zone and think I can make it from the friend zone to the end zone, and you think, nah, you know, you've always got to, you know, I mean, I always think if you're fairly direct, then everybody knows what's on the table. You know, I'm always, you know, I mean, for me, I'm always direct. You know, I've got, you know, a few girls that are friends, and I've got girls that I find really sexually attractive, and I'm not afraid to tell them that.
You don't like tell them that every day, right?
No, but you know, you kind of reinforce it at a reasonable pace.
Mm.
There are things you do, the way you act, the type of people you discuss, you know, type of topics you're discussing. Doesn't mean you have to be a horny dog all the time, because that's boring. But the main thing is to be a bit interesting.
And see, that's a great point right there. Because a lot of people think that, you know, they get in the friend zone and that's it, that you'll never have any opportunity to have any kind of physical relationship with somebody. But really, what the friend zone is a great opportunity for you to realize that you don't need to think about sex with this individual. You can
There's a
think
difference
about,
between getting to the friend zone, which I will call the pretend zone, and saying, hey, I enjoy your company and I find you attractive.
And when you build that idea of, you know, you two or your two mutual people that enjoy each other's company, then guess what? Eventually, at some point, when you enjoy somebody's company, there's going to be some sort of like physical thing, whether it's a hug, you know, or anything like that. You know,
Yeah.
it's that development. It's that opportunity to develop as, you know, a relationship.
I mean, I have to say the cheekiest one I ever did was I was at a wedding, and I was dancing with the bride, and I said, you know, I'll tell you what, if situation ever changes, give me a ring. And she found it funny. She found it a compliment. And about 3 years down the line, she gave me a call.
That's what I'm talking about. It's that long game.
Yeah, there's a phrase we we kind of use in project management, which is parallel lines of activity.
And see, here's the biggest cue that this guy should have had that something might have happened. Her friend at the beginning of the night called this guy after him not hanging out with us for maybe 6 months.
Mm.
So that right there immediately goes and says, hey, here's a card on the table that you have that you're not being told because they don't want to tell you that. They want you to play the game. But this is the card that's going to be played.
Yeah.
It was great, though. I mean, I miss having a bunch of military guys in the house and everything. Like, they're some of the most real fucking people out there. They deal with some of the most stressful shit out there. I mean, the guy he smashed, his job, he's working at a prison right now, military prison. So he's got like, you know, he's got to see like shitty stuff. He's got to hear all the guys, you know, with all the shitty stuff that happened to them and everything else, you know, and you know, this girl, my wife's friend makes 90 something $1,000 a year. Like that's a fucking jackpot for like a lot of guys, you know. And if you could just not, you know, be stupid for a minute, I mean, that's like one of those moments where you get to, you know, sit at the house and do whatever the fuck you want, and you have a woman who's bringing in money, you know, doing all this stuff and everything else, and that's a great place for a lot of modern guys.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was married for about 15 years, and then got divorced. And I really like living on my own. There's something really, you know, I have my kids every weekend, and during the week, well, you know, just booked at a table at a local restaurant because I'm going to go and see a friend tomorrow. And it's actually really nice. You know, I've got a couple of friends I go out with, and a third girl I'm kind of interested in. There's no pressure. There's no sort of, you know, we just enjoy each other's company. And that's a really, I wish I was living like that when I was in my 20s.
Yeah, but like being able to live like that in your 20s would be perfect. But I think a lot of us guys, we don't really learn that kind of stuff until we're, you know, late 20s or even early 30s.
Well, I spent a year in America. I was living in San Diego for a year.
San Diego, that's what's up.
And I was amazed because, you know, I used to, when I was in 20, I was kind of a bit shy. Had no game, had no confidence. And it was amazing. You know, the amount of confidence I learned when I was in that year in America. And then I lived in Jamaica for a year. That really taught me a lot of confidence.
I mean, that's a great place to build confidence because there's a lot of really pretty people out in California.
Well, it was just the fact, you know, yeah, I'd say, you know, if you're talking 0s to 10s, you know, I was batting a good couple of leagues above what I'd do in the UK on the looks department. But none of it was, I mean, but the nice thing is none of it was serious. None of it was expected to be serious. But what it did is it stopped me having preconceptions about, oh, what do people think of me? I just didn't give a fuck by the end of it.
And that's the fucking key.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to look the world in its face and say,
see, because right now, you're in the UK, and UK is the #1 most promiscuous first world country in the world.
We do like to shout.
If anybody here's ever like in a rut or something like that, you know, going to the UK, like everybody wants to fuck in the UK.
I wouldn't go that far, but I mean, I think, you know, I mean, I've never cheated on a girlfriend or I never cheated on my wife, and I wouldn't. But you know, it's kind of, you know, I don't have a girlfriend, I don't have a wife anymore, but I do have friends, and it's a very different sort of place to be. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, I had a lot of really good friends in the UK. Met a couple gypsies too. That was a different experience.
There, you'd be fucking careful.
They're wild people. You know, I think it's Eastern Europe. They actually have people walking around with like chains and shit to fight off gypsies.
You know what a fair go is?
What's that?
So if you're ever with a group of gypsies and one of the guys asks you, "Do you want a fair go?" That basically means, "Do you want to have a fight?" But it's not a fight like you'd normally have. There are real rules to it. It's basically bare knuckle boxing.
That sounds like a fair go. Yeah. Like that is probably the most precise definition of what I would say a fair go is. Yeah, that makes sense.
I used to get a lot of back in the sort of 20s. I used to get my acid from Travelers and Gypsies.
Was that just for availability, or do they have the best stuff?
They tend to have the best stuff.
Hmm.
And I learned this. I was sort of in there, and I was sort of sorting out some. And these people I knew quite well. Well, it was a group I knew quite well.
Hmm.
And one of the guys, he was a bit pissed. He said, "You want a fair go?" And fortunately, I knew what it was. I went, "Mate, it wouldn't be a fair go." He said, "Oh, what do you mean?" I said, "You kicked crap out of me." And he laughed and bought me a bit.
Great. So, are you guys saying fair go or a fair go, which means a fair chance of kicking ass?
A fair go.
Fair,
Yeah.
FAIRGO.
Yeah.
Fair go.
A
Yeah.
fair go.
Okay. Okay. Well, fair go. That's just slang. It's not just for like what you're saying. Like I can interpret that, but what you're talking about isn't just the only thing that you would call a fair go.
No, we're not saying that, but in that context, that's what they mean.
Yeah, the context.
Yeah, I mean that's what I mean. Yeah, of course. It's basically saying like a fair shot.
Yeah.
And see, I respect the hell out of that. Anybody that's actually going to give you a fair shot of a fight when you're going into a fight, I respect the hell out of that. When people start pulling out knives and fucking chains and fucking guns and all that stuff, it takes any kind of like fair opportunity you have to basically be like, you know what? Let's go back to Middle Ages and everything else and just like fight for dominancy.
I've been stabbed 3 times, and I wouldn't recommend it.
Damn.
We're quite a rough country at times.
Oh, man.
It's the thing, people sort of think of the British being, oh, they're all so polite. No, there's only 2 layers in kind of British sort of culture, which is we're going to be polite to each other because we're not going to get into a fight, or we're going to fucking go.
Yeah, and I mean,
there's
when you
no
all
in
go,
between. Yeah.
when you all go, you guys go. I remember, I wasn't allowed to drink for the weekend because I had to do standby. Make sure that if a jet were to crash or something like that, or
Oh, you were in Newmarket, weren't you?
Yeah. That was a rough fucking place. Like, I think 4 or 5 people are stabbed, around the area where I lived, within like the course of a month and a half.
Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of knife culture here, but not a huge amount. And again, as you say, it tends to be a pussy thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I was in my my flat and everything, and I just heard this fucking lady screaming, and I'm like, she's fucking drunk. And about like 10 minutes of her screaming, I look out my window and there's this guy just fucking laying on the ground, and there's a fucking broken wine bottle next to him.
Yeah, I've been bottled. Fortunately, that was my hand, not my face, but the guy was aiming for my face.
Like, this guy got like bottled so fucking hard. I mean, I called the police. I was like, hey, a guy got hit with the fucking bottle. I mean, you guys should probably show up here, make sure he's good. I went down there, brought some waters and stuff, and like, this guy's like moving and shit. I'm like, well, he's alive, so I'm gonna wait and let the professionals do this. But this guy was hit with a fucking bottle in the head. The shit shattered. And before this guy hit the ground, the glass was on the ground, and he fell down, and a shard of fucking glass was in his ass.
Yeah, he's lucky he wasn't plunged afterwards. That's normally the follow-up.
Mm.
But Yeah, I mean, I've got like, I had about 32 stitches in my hand where basically someone tried to push a bottle in my face and I grabbed it.
Yeah, you guys got a rough fucking country.
Teaches you to look after yourself a bit.
Mm.
I've travelled a lot, and it was quite funny because when I moved from East Anglia to London, I suddenly realised everybody in London's afraid of each other. It was kind of weird. And the trouble is that part of the country, Suffolk, is it's like the what was it, the McThingies and the H people, that sort of feud that went on for generations.
Mm.
And that still happens there. There are families where they don't talk to each other because there is literally generational feuds going on between those families. The Hacketts and the McCoys, is it that one? I can't remember anyway. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, it is kind of weird. And that was actually the nicest thing about moving to a big city, was nobody knew who you were. And it was like this sense of anonymity. And I thought, shit, this is so cool. Because if you have a problem with someone, you never see them again. Whereas if you live in a small town, that person's always around. This guy I went to school with, and we must have had 15, 20 scraps over a 5-year period.
Mm.
Literally every time, and he'd make. And the annoying thing was, I never fucking started it. The trouble was, apart from one time, I was always the one that put him down. So I've got to give him a bit of respect for having some heart, but he was a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I mean, I always found it fascinating, how the cops come in that country. There's always like 8 of them, and they just like, manhandle somebody. Like you'll never realize just how powerful the human spirit is and how powerful individuals are when they band together until you see like 8 or 9, 5'8", nothing guys carrying like a 6'2" motherfucker, like just carrying this guy.
Now, that was one thing I always learned. Always be nice and polite to the police. One, because most of their shit's their discretion.
With their full hats on and everything.
Well, I had this scrap outside of a nightclub.
Oh, those are always the best over there.
And it wasn't really a scrap. I was absolutely, this was when I used to drink, and I was absolutely fucking legless. And this guy came up to me, and I'd obviously done something to piss him off some point during the evening. And I'm like, heading off with a couple of mates and my girlfriend and one of my other mates' girlfriends at the time. And he came up and went, "Oi, you!" Whoa. Called me by my nickname. I said, "What?" And then he headbutted me, and then he punched me, and then I laughed at him. I said, "That's it. You want to fuck off, buddy?"
Yeah, man, that's a good fucking one right there.
And then I just turned around and sort of like started wandering off. Go, let's go. Hurt the next day though.
The next day is always the part that hurts.
Oh, dude. But yeah, one of the reasons I moved away from that part of the world is because I had a friend of mine turn up in my house and absolutely beaten to shit. Fractured arm, couple of fractured ribs, fractured eye sockets, tooth knocked out. So I took her to the hospital.
You said her?
Yep.
Jeez.
And then I saw her boyfriend 2 days later.
Oh no, he didn't fucking do it, did he?
Oh yeah. And
Motherfucker.
Frog loved his car. Had a Ford Capri Laser. And there I am in the bar. And he comes in, and I'm like fucking seething because I sort of went outside, came back, and I said, "Hey, Frog, someone's put a really bad fucking dent inside of your car. What happened?" So he goes rushing out to go and see his love, pride, and joy. He goes, "Where's the dent? Where's the dent?" And I just went up behind and grabbed his hair, fucking smashed his head into the door, and I went, "There." And then started beating the living crap out of him.
Fucking good.
And I saw absolutely red. The only thing that I was fucking annoyed about is one of my mates tried to pull me off, and I fucking lamped. I didn't realise who it was. And I just sat down and I just absolutely fucking cold cocked him. And then went back to, like ramming this guy's head against the door of this car and fucking smashing it into the pavement. Anyway, I hurt him pretty badly. I broke his arm, broke a couple of his ribs, smashed his face to pieces. I then spent the next 2 weeks in remand because they were going to do me for grievous bodily harm.
Mm.
So I hadn't said, "Oh no," I just basically said, "Wasn't me." Anyway, after a couple of weeks, I got let go, and they said, "Oh, charges have been dropped." And I thought, "Oh, cool." And thinking, what the fuck's happened? 3 days later, Sean came out and sort of turned around and said, "Oh, yeah, and this girl came from a really quite a tough family. So a couple of her uncles and her brother went to visit this guy in hospital and said, you didn't see who beat you up. You don't know anything. And if you do know anything, we're going to blow your kneecaps off with a shotgun." And they meant it.
Good. Because that's what needs to happen to people like that. When there's people out there that they think that they can fucking cause somebody such harm and everything else to where they're losing teeth, they're losing shit that's going to make them fucking question the rest of their fucking reality. Yeah, those people need to be fucking dealt with. And those people need to be dealt with in a way that they can understand. And if they get their ass brutally fucking beat and everything else, that's what needs to happen because those are bad people.
And I mean, the thing for me was this was a really nice girl. I mean, she was lovely. And we went to school together. We've been quite good mates, since we left school. Didn't see her every day. But, once a month, a couple of times a month, we'd sort of catch up. And, and evidently this guy had been, beating her for quite a while. And I think, people like that are just fucking horrible. But that was one of the things I thought, shit. That's what convinced me that, it's time to be in another place. Because I could see, my problem is I like drinking too much. And I quite enjoy a good scrap when I'm drunk. And I thought, this is not going to go well. So I upped sticks. And I went to York for a couple of months and to see if I liked that. And then I thought, no. And then I moved down to London because I managed to get a job down there. And then stayed in London for a decade, which is a great sissy.
See, I've had plenty of opportunity to go down to London. I never wanted to. I mean, a lot of the stuff that's in London, I figured, I could just look at a fucking, any tourist, pictures and stuff and see it, but living out and going around, the small towns and stuff, you get a better feel for who the people are around.
Oh, and it's beautiful. I mean, where you were, you're near sort of like the Norfolk Broads, you're near the coast, you got some amazing country.
Yeah. I made sure to go down to Felixstowe.
Yeah. It's not as flat as people say it is, but bits of it are. But yeah, it's a pretty part of the world, and it's quite rural. It's kind of like what Britain used to be like probably 20 years before you were there, kind of sort of feeling. That's why I live out in the West Country now. For similar reasons, I live on the edge of a tiny town, large village. And it's great. I've got sort of countryside within walking distance. Well, in fact, my house overlooks nothing but fields. It's a nice part of the world.
Yeah, I remember I was voluntold to go to an old museum for the Square D, which the Square D was the American squadron and the British squadron that they were there that were fighting Nazis, and they're part of the Allied Air Offensive, which was the largest air offensive in history, where the Americans, the remaining of the French, the British, the Polish were flying over Europe, just decimating anything that looked like a fucking Nazi.
Was that like, in the Bomber Harris days of the Big Wing?
Yeah. And, there's actually a story. I don't remember exactly who the guy was. I know that he was a saxophone player. And what happened is that the Nazis were terrible fucking people. Like, they knew that Americans and British and actual good people want to hurt civilians. So what they did is that the Nazis, they would take mothers and children, and they would dress them up in their Sunday clothes and everything else, and they'd put them on their tanks and have them there whenever the Americans are coming to bomb. Because the idea that you were fighting somebody who is so evil that they would basically do anything to basically just get what the fuck they want. And they would just put women and children on top of tanks, and good people would see that. They actually, they turned around one mission where the commander of that mission turned around because they saw the fucking women and children on these tanks. They got back to base and they got chewed out so bad, and they were forced to go blow up these fucking tanks. Sure enough, this guy, he comes down, and they were under an order where it was a no sound order, which meant that you can't make any sound that might, let the enemy know where you are. And this guy, he comes back from his mission, and he gets out of his plane, and he immediately goes and grabs his trumpet. And he starts playing his trumpet, and he's getting yelled at by his fucking commander and everything else. When somebody's yelling at you, it's really hard to continue playing music and everything. But this guy did. And he was just playing his music, and there's fucking Nazi snipers that were up in the fucking the area around them, that they saw this guy, and they were going to fucking kill this guy. The next morning, there was maybe, I think it was 200 Nazi troops that came in, and they surrendered. And they were crying and everything else, and they asked for the trumpet guy because they wanted to talk to that guy. Like, this is the history of the Square D. This is the history of, just people in general that knew that there was war and everything else, and the potential war that's coming and stuff. Like, this is the kind of stuff that it's going to happen in our generation.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you can look up at the breakup of Yugoslavia and when that happened. Obviously got the Ukraine at the moment. You got the sort of the mainly peaceful transition of most of the Eastern European countries from sort of dictatorships to democracies. But yeah, what's going on at the moment? The thing for me is it's not just about the overt war; it's about the covert war.
Hearts and minds.
Well, no, not just that, but it's also sort of the cybersecurity, cyber attack, state-sponsored cyber sort of entities that are going on, and it's about sort of the ability to fake information so easily.
There's a lot of people right now that are falling into that. Like, it's on the internet every fucking day, even in that politics and religion channel that they have in Discord and stuff. There's always somebody out there pushing some shit that's absolute fucking fallacy and everything.
Yeah, and that to me is the most dangerous thing, and it's the surety that people have of this bollocks. That's what gets me. It's not the fact that, I think this or I've read that. It's, I know this. This is true. And I'm thinking, fucking hell, man. Talk about, being. It seems to me that in the last sort of 10 years, there seems to be a lot more people who are being created to almost be gullible And that I find really worrying.
And a lot of
Because
those people that they get that community from it. Like if they can pretend to be gullible, like if they could be gullible, they get a community from it.
yeah, and it is sad, and maybe that's one effect of the world becoming more secular. People don't have the same communities they had sort of 20, 30 years ago.
They don't understand the reason why there's things, in like a religious society where people don't do certain things. They don't realize like the reason why there's those base laws that you're not supposed to, you're supposed to do good for your neighbor and everything. They don't understand that.
Right, I need to go and get my shit sorted. I'll catch you later.
You have a good night.
And you, man.
Okay.
Oh, what's up, Demonstryde?
What's up?
How you doing today?
Give me 1 minute. I'm doing all right. I'm updating all the shirts. I realized I put pot leaves on every single shirt on my website, and that might deter people from actually wanting to buy one. So I'm going through and taking the pot leaf off of every shirt on the website.
You should have one with a pot leaf and not a pot leaf and just double your inventory.
Yeah, well, I want to do that, but it's really hard to have like two versions of the same, because like I have multiple colors, and then the variants have to be changed by hand. So when I'm going through, I'm having to each shirt I want to change, I have to change it like sometimes up to 3 different times in different batches to collect all the different colors. It's like some of the colors have to be they only work with each other, so those ones have to be edited at once. I have to go to the next batch and edit those, but I can't get 2 variants, so I'm gonna have to just make 2 different products of it and have the different colors for each one. But in that case, I think I'm just gonna have to eventually split the merch store up into clothing and other stuff, and physical products and digital products.
I mean, that could work.
Definitely. I use Squarespace, and it's pretty rudimentary. They've actually gotten really, really good in the last little bit here. It's like really way more customizable now. The only problem is I can't get fucking AdSense to connect. I've been trying my fucking hardest. And every time it goes, the header text file not found, you need to add it into your text file within your in the database within your website. Well, I can't get to the database on the website because the interface of Squarespace doesn't allow for it. And I can inject code into the header and the title and whatever, but it's not registering. It's not being found. And then I found a place to like track Google Analytics, but I can't find a place inside my Google AdSense account to find it's like they hide this shit. Like it's at some specific location somewhere. And I really don't like the Google Workspace, Google AdSense, Google Ads. Like it all is like fucking convoluted. I can't tell if when I'm in the AdSense, if I'm in AdSense or Google Ads or my fucking Google account. It's like they're all kind of similar, but not doing this. It's really fucking annoying. Oh, we're putting up. My fiance does these really nice hand knitted hats and crochets really nice hats, and she's got some with some really expensive materials, and we're gonna be putting them up on the website, like gourmet hats. They'll be spendy as fuck though.
How long does it take her to do that?
So
Like make a hat?
yeah, it depends on the style that she's doing it, but she can make like a hat a night. So it might take anywhere like, 8 hours to make, depending on the quality and whatever. But the shit she did, like I'll try and find some pictures eventually, but like the shit she does is like phenomenal, like impressive. Like you just don't like you only see this other shit online, like but yeah, so some of the hats that she's like, we got this whole arts in the park thing we're doing in the summertime where you get to go and set up a stand, and she's gonna have hats anywhere from it's like $20 to $80, and we got this cool knitting machine where you crank it and like you control it as it's going, and it like knits for you. Knits like a whole like tube that you turn
Sounds
into the
pretty
sock.
cool.
Yeah, and at first when we got it, she was like, it was just not working, and like she was about ready to fucking throw it in the trash. But we kept working with it, and now she's cranking them out, and they look just super professional, And like that's with using the machine. She on top of that, she makes hats and everything else by hand as well.
Yeah, my wife's sister, I believe it was, decided that she was going to try to knit her husband a pair of gloves,
Mm-hmm.
and she got like maybe like 3/4 of the way to the point where like it was supposed to be for his birthday, so she got maybe 3/4 of the way to where it was about to be her husband's birthday, and she realized she only had like one glove. So she just gave her husband like one glove for his birthday. And like I'm super impressed with people that can actually knit super quick because of that kind of stuff right there.
Yeah, knitting's impressive too. Been trying to get her to knit real bad. I want my fucking Doctor Who scarf, but she's not doing it.
Who's your favorite doctor?
Not David Tennant. It's Matt Smith.
Really? I mean, I
Yep.
did enjoy Matt Smith after watching maybe like a couple episodes, but David
Mhm.
Tennant's always been my favorite.
Yeah, he's all right. I thought it was kind of BS when he got to do a whole extra stint of it. Just like,
Yeah.
nah, I want to keep being the Doctor. All right, okay.
I mean, I think that after he played like a bad person in Harry Potter, he shouldn't have had the opportunity.
Right. All the bad characters in Harry Potter like get relegated to like humanitarian work where they just have to die. Like
Brutal world to live in.
the
Yeah,
Harry Potter world.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, dude, I got Hogwarts Legacy. It's fucking badass. It's probably one of my favorite games I've played lately. And I've only played 8 hours of it. I played 8 hours, like just a straight playthrough on Christmas when I got it.
Hmm.
I haven't played it since, but I truly did enjoy what I was doing. I can't wait to go back and sit down for another session.
Well, what's your
Yeah,
setup like?
on the Switch.
Oh, you have it on the Switch?
Yep.
I didn't know that was possible. That's actually kind of cool.
Yeah, it's really fun.
And I'll tell you, like, me, I love Doctor Who, and some of those episodes like really kind of fucked me up a little bit. Like the silence were scary, but the weeping
Mm-hmm.
angels were probably more terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the silence is good. Yeah, man. That show definitely there's a creep factor for some of the shit. Dude, I have a fucking TARDIS tattooed on my wrist, for fuck's sake.
That's what's up, man.
Take a picture of it.
Who's the I don't remember who the old guy is, like the old guy doctor that they had.
Mm-hmm.
He was actually a pretty good doctor.
Yeah, he was in that Pompeii episode. Like he was the family that the doctor saves.
Yeah.
Capaldi. Yeah, Peter Capaldi.
Peter Capaldi, yep. He's a damn good actor, actually.
Mm-hmm. There we go. I put the picture in the chat. Yeah, I like Capaldi too. I didn't like him at first, and then I ended up liking him. He gave me very old school doctor vibes, which is cool. You ever watched the old school shit?
I've seen maybe a couple. I got this thing where I don't really like watching black and white stuff, and I know it's not just me. There's a bunch of other people out there like that, but a lot of attention issues.
Yeah, no, I don't enjoy a lot of black and white stuff, but if you've ever gotten a chance to do like the audio drama version of it, try that, because that's got like old school vibes to it as well. And if you can learn to enjoy that, you can learn to enjoy the classic stuff. What's interesting is all the classic show, all the way up to the point where they went on hiatus and they came back and rebooted it in 2005 or whatever it was. That they essentially they did homage to all the old episodes, all the old things. They were all reboots, like everything from up until the leaf chick, the everywhere girl or whatever. A lot of those were all callbacks to the old big bads and everything like that. And then they even did it when they had all the doctors come together. Like they already did that previously in the original series, and so when they did that, it was a callback to that even, and it was a direct tie-in to tie both the series together with a nice big fucking knot and make it all canon, not just two versions of the same show.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been kind of doing that throughout when they had what the fuck was it? The previous companions that were in the previous version of the Doctor, but
like Martha and everything. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, Martha. God, she was one of my favorites too. Like definitely one of my favorites. Just Go Left.
Martha, yeah, she was great.
The Just Go Left episode, like that
Yeah.
one. Like that one gives you the fucking tinglies.
What the fuck was her name? The redhead chick that ended up being his wife. Yeah, the library episode freaked me out a little bit.
Yeah, dude, the library.
Oh my god.
Hey, I fucking love that show.
Lights?
I gotta go back and watch it again from start.
Yeah.
Try and get my kids into it. I just don't. I don't get time to watch stuff anymore.
I feel you. It's like this grown older thing is just fucking weird.
Well, it's got even worse since doing all the YouTube streaming. It's like since I've been like making content, I've watched a lot less. Like since like I don't even watch FTFE or MC Tune anymore. Like it's weird, It's weird being on the other side of the table. Like I used to watch. That's how I would a lot of FTFE and MC Tune and Red's rhetoric and shit like that. Like I was always watching it from the other side.
Yeah,
Just
like
weird.
me, I used to every Friday night, if I wasn't going out or something like that, I'd sit on my front porch, smoke cigarettes, drink some port, and listen to Coast to Coast. And they'd always talk about, aliens and, lizard people and all that stuff. And it was just so fun. And you get like some dude you can hear in his voice that he's probably in his like late 50s or something like that, who's like telling the story about something that he had in his 20s where he saw aliens and everything. And it's just like, yeah, man, like this is where it's at, man. Just people
Mhm.
talking about experiences and stuff like that.
That's what the Dealing with Demons episodes are all about. If you haven't you've been able to make it to one of them.
For Doctor Who?
No. For the Medicinal Mass Media, we do. I do a show called Dealing with Demons, and there's a topic for each show. I think we've done 5 or 6 of them, like near-death experiences, lucid dreaming, UFOs, all that shit. And then we get together and like I'll start off by telling like a story or two, and then we'll pass the mic, kind of like sitting around a campfire, and everyone tells like a story.
Yeah.
And Cole fucking takes the goddamn pot every fucking time. The last time talking about being crushed in a fucking mine.
Yeah, fucking
It's like, all right, well, I guess who goes next?
Like to come after that was a fucking hell of a story. Like I am not a fan of earthquakes. I lived in California for a while, as a kid, and there's earthquakes and shit, and I did not like that. But to be a mile deep underground and have that kind of stuff happen, like that dude's got some stones, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of those things that I did like about the military, is that you get all these guys and they have like direct stories. Like anybody who's working in trades or, out there in like where shit's happening, they got stories about things. And those stories are like people hear the story. There's some people that'll listen to a story and just be like, oh, it's just a story, but it's like those stories, they might be something that might save your fucking life.
Yeah.
Fucking Doctor Who though, that library episode really, like, and it wasn't even a fucking library, it was like a child's mind or something. Or no, the child was connected to the library through some sort of psychic link or something like that.
Yeah, all of those stories are like so vague in my mind because like it went for so long. I've actually watched it through twice, maybe even almost the 2.5 times. But it's like I always remember like the beginning and or the end of the story, but not the middle. Whereas like with Star Trek, like you could tell me the premise of the show or the episode, and I could, possibly remember the title and the conclusion, like all the stuff
Yeah.
for all of Next Generation.
Next Generation's your favorite one?
Yeah, for sure. But Lower Decks is a quick second. If you haven't watched that and you're a fan of Next Gen, you gotta watch Lower Decks.
Next Generation was Picard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love Jean-Luc Picard. He was badass. I like definitely like the Borg movie that he has.
See, I never liked the movies. I was never a fan of the movies. It's just like they're like really long episodes.
Mm. I like the movies. Some of the movies, like definitely the one where there's that one planet with like the rings that were keeping the people young and regenerative and everything else. That was a good one. But I always wanted to like emulate Jean-Luc Picard. I always wanted that whole concept of being able to go out into space and like, see new worlds, be in the last frontier, like
I always thought LaForge was the coolest. It
Yeah.
was LaForge and it's like LaForge, Data, and fucking Riker. Number one. I would like Data is my absolute favorite character.
I love Data.
I loved LaForge, but I loved like the confidence Riker had.
I always got like thought it was funny as shit when like Data would just go up and like say something that everybody else is like, we know you're a robot, but what the fuck, dude?
I got a Star Trek joke, but it really only ever works for people that have like watched Star Trek Next Gen and all that. Like, do you think Picard, like when he got on the Enterprise the first time, they just didn't show him walking around telling everyone, "You're 399, you're 398," and then all the way down to Riker, he goes, "And you are number one."
Yeah, you did say number one quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. But like, did he rank everyone else? Like, did everyone else have a number as well? Like, if there's an absolute lowest number of somebody,
And being that one guy is the absolute lowest number and everything is just like fucking
yeah, and he knows
butthurt as
it.
fuck.
Yeah.
He switches back and forth between this other guy.
Just that interaction in the hallway, like between like 399 and 398, and they're both just trying to outrank the other one. Like, just how he addresses them is how they know.
And those staff briefings must be like intense. They come up with like one thing that puts them, at 399, and then and he's just like, 399, 398, whatever. Back and forth in the meeting. There's another space show that they have. The guy who made Family Guy made it.
The Orville.
The Orville. Oh my god, that is a
I
great.
could never get
great
past the
fucking show.
first episode, but apparently it's really good at like episode 3. So
Oh,
we should
it's
just try and
funny as
get
shit.
through it.
Like once it gets past like the first 2 episodes, it's funny as shit. It's like you're watching a live action Family Guy, but it's not as ridiculous as Family Guy. But it's like the funny version of the Next Generation. That fucking guy though. The guy last night just he had a complete opportunity for something to happen, and he just completely destroyed it by hubris.
Ooh, what guy are you talking about? Did I miss something?
So I went out last night.
Oh no, yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy who wanted to. Yeah, some people just can't wait their turn. They don't realize or read the room or whatever. You know, it's always funny when you see that happen too. It's like, damn, dude, if you just shut your mouth, you'd have had it by now.
That's exactly it. Is that if you just shut your fucking mouth, you know, like that's half of what it is when you have something that's like an intrusive fucking thought. If you just like keep it off to the side for a minute, you know, and wait to see what happens, sometimes that intrusive thought's just absolutely nothing. Just the thought. It's a good deal though. I like having people over at the house. You know, that's what I feel this world's supposed to be
wow.
about. It's just, you know.
We used to have game night every Friday.
Did you?
Yeah,
What'd you guys
it was
play?
fun. Anything between Dungeons and Dragons when we had a game going. This one card game called Joking Hazard. I'm gonna post pictures of it so I can. It's kind of like Cards Against Humanity, where there's like person who chooses and everyone else puts in their
Oh yeah.
their try at it, and it's a panel thing. So somebody like the person choosing, they lays down the first part of a panel, or the first two cards of a panel. Like you have what's in your hand, and then you draw, and you have to use the one you draw, and then what's in your hand to create two panels, and then everyone puts their card in to think what the final panel is. And then you win if it's yours.
That sounds interesting.
Let me if you can,
Cards Against Humanity.
I'll turn my camera on if you can, if you're able to see.
Yeah, I should be able to see.
All right, hold on a second. All right, so the first two cards would be like this. You have these two down. Like, okay.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
What's this next card? And then I'd add that one as my panel card. Or somebody would add that one. And then you look at it and go, which panel is funnier? And then you'd be like, oh, I think this one's funnier. Smart. Yeah, it's the game is never the same. You never get the same game twice. I played it a fucking million times, and it is so fucking fun. I absolutely love this game. It's pretty much just like Cards Against Humanity. And I've got damn near every single expansion for Cards Against Humanity, and even expansions that aren't official ones, like Crabs Against Humanity and Cards and Angsty Manatee. Like I built this wooden box that like unfolds like a fucking transformer to hold everything. Yeah, that's one of my absolute favorite games. I got this other Trump one, the Trump card game. The box is all gold.
That sounds pretty fun.
I got it half price books, but I haven't opened it because it's still like completely sealed. I'm just curious what it's like. Trumped Up Cards is the name of it. But the box looks like a big gold brick. It's fucking awesome. I love board games. We have so many. And then we'll play like Mad card game. It's like Uno but better. And then Catan. And there's this one board game my brother had over here. It was The Thing, or Outpost 51. And it's like a board game version of Among Us.
That sounds pretty cool, actually. I do like that game, Among Us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to play that next time when we get a game going. We had, I think, 7 of us playing. It's really fucking fun.
Cards Against Humanity a lot. My wife, she's Thai, so whenever she tries to say like a word with a V, she says like "we,"
Hmm.
So she tries to say something like volcano, it's like volcano. So anytime that we'd play, we'd always try to find like the most V words to put into something to whenever it was her turn or she had to read them.
Funny.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I did a podcast where every weekend we would go to my parents' house and play Cards Against Humanity. So I'd record it, and the podcast is called Family Against Humanity. And I got my grandma on there saying some fucking of the dirtiest shit. It's fucking hilarious. But it's fun to go back and listen to that because, like, you know, she dead now. My parents moved out of town, you know, or completely out of, like, halfway across the country. None of us get together anymore, but it's cool to have like an archive of it. It's fun times, man. That game's really great.
Yeah, that was always like one of those things that you can pull out, you know, whenever you have people over after a night out, and that's one of those fun things about it. Like, there's this presupposition that a lot of people have that if like you invite somebody over to your house that you're trying to fuck or something like that, and a lot of the times, I mean, for guys like me and people that I know, is that if I'm gonna invite you over after, you know, the bar's closed and everything else, it's because I want to keep fucking having a good time. You know, I want to keep talking to you for a while because, I mean, tomorrow, what's tomorrow? What's going to happen tomorrow? Who are we going to be fighting? You know, what might happen to you and everything. It's some people just don't understand that. It's like you miss people after a while. You know, I'm glad that you have like videos of stuff like that with your family and everything. That's what's up.
It's just recordings, just audio.
Well, I'm go try to recover from this hangover a little bit more.
Yeah, take it easy.
All right, take it easy.
Subtext.
Hello?
Yup.
You're still very quiet.
I don't understand.
Let me see if I can turn you up on my end. Nope, you're maxed out on my end, but you're still coming through as a whisper.
Okay, is that better?
I mean, I
No.
can hear you quite normally, I guess.
Really? Let me try and reconnect.
I mean, it is somewhat. It is somewhat. Fuck. Forgot the word again.
All right, let's is that better at all?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
A tiny bit, yes.
I have to put my input sensitivity really, really low.
Look at the funny story in the chat. That's really terrible.
It sounds like your connection is not all the way in Tex.
It might not be. No, it's saying I am. Hold on. Let me try this. Okay, is that a little better?
Yeah, you're
Maybe.
still quiet.
I don't get why it's acting like that.
Are you on the phone or on the PC?
I'm on the PC.
Make sure you have the right input selected on the.
Okay, try that. Hold on. Okay, is that better?
Much better.
Okay. I have the input almost at 200%. I don't know what it is. I just bought these Corsairs, but they're kind of shit.
Kind of the poo poo. Yeah. I mean, it sounds good now, so.
Well, good. And then later on, when I get on Xbox, I'll have to fuck around with it all over again.
Mm-hmm. You have to fuck around and find out.
Apparently.
Oh, since we are talking about hamsters, one of my friends had a hamster and he tried to take a photo, and he had the what is the flashing light called?
Strobe light.
Oh, what?
Strobe light.
No. When he was taking a photo on his phone, I don't know. But the flashing light was on. It flashed, and the hamster had a heart attack and died. They die from basically anything.
That sucks.
A friend of my best friend also had a hamster, which basically got well, decapitated. But that's another story.
I don't like hamsters. They bite.
I mean, the biggest problem about them is that they just randomly die. Like you could just sneeze and they would get a heart attack.
Hey, Tex, can you say something?
Something.
Okay, so it's just really low. I was listening on YouTube. I couldn't hear you barely, and I come on here just to check to see if it's the same. And yeah, you're just super low.
Yeah, there's something going on with my fucking microphone.
I like 10% or something. It's like really. I don't know. I don't know what you just said, but yeah.
All right, that's like 200% input or 100% input.
That's better.
So
Okay.
if you
Yeah, we
can't,
can roll. We can roll with 30 to 40%. That's fine. We can roll with it. Action.
I mean, the only other thing I can think of is putting the sensitivity like all the way down.
I really don't think
Yeah,
that's a
well.
good idea.
Yeah, it sounds like a dry blowjob. It's like not a good idea.
Jesus Christ.
Well, I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Rix, that sounded
What?
horrible.
I mean, you don't have to tell me anything. I'm just giving you solid feedback because I'm a fucking bro. That's all. Shit.
Let's see.
I'm a fucking bro out here.
Is that better at all?
I think it was better before you just did whatever you did.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
oh no, it's terrible. Oh,
Is that better?
Well,
No.
that's so you've got a lot of gain on that one. You did something to allow all the noise through.
All right. What about that?
It's even louder.
I think we can hear your computer fans.
No, I think you're hearing my humidifier.
Hmm.
All right. What about
Very
that?
Yeah, that's good.
Well, here's to hoping.
Oh yeah, you sound better now. What'd you do? Just got back.
I put on my system sounds for my computer, I put the volume all the way up to 100%. And then on Discord, I put it up to 85%. And then I put the sensitivity to negative 64 decibels.
Okay. Well, yeah, whatever. It works now, I guess. Works now.
Okay, can you tell me if I sound better with this filter? Is it
No,
better
you still sound like you're from Transylvania.
No, is it
So-
better now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I mean,
actually
it
sounds
sounds
better.
the same.
Do not
Oh,
like
sounds
that.
the
No,
same.
sir.
Okay, so I'm gonna keep it like this.
All I hear is robot noises.
Oh. Oh, Batman.
I just hear that you want to drink my blood and shit. That's all I hear.
No. Come here and I'll suck your
change.
blood. I'm gonna suck your blood.
Hopefully not dry.
Oh fuck.
Have you guys ever seen
No,
who's
don't
that
come
redhead
please.
from The Office? Who's that redhead from The Office? I forgot her name.
Which
She
one?
came in the later seasons.
Which one?
Yeah, never mind. If you have to say which one, then never mind. Ideally, the one with red hair.
Hmm.
Ideally. These bananas are small. Okay.
That is average. Do not call them small. My sense of humor is getting worse and worse by the day.
I find it weird. They just put that big. They just put this there. It just blocks everything. I mean, look at this. This move it there. What is this? Who's in charge of this shit? It's got wheels.
What's up, Trouble?
No, what? What are you guys up to?
Just fixing the merchandise on the store. Take all the pot leaves off of it.
Why?
Because not everyone wants a pot leaf on their sleeve.
Yeah.
Oh, dang it.
Why isn't this stuff saving? Better not have to do all this fucking over again. Okey-dokey.
Have you ever read The Worst Hamster That's online? I'm gonna go find.
The worst hamster that's annoying?
No, the worst hamster that's.
The worst hamster deaths. No, I don't think I have.
Jesus Christ! Somebody said their hamster drowned in their dog water bowl and just floated there. Oh fuck! And somebody vacuumed their hamster. That's a horrible.
That's funny.
Oh, somebody's hamster ran straight into a fireplace. That's a nice way to go.
Here's Text Alexa.
Hey, Marty.
Why do you tape up around a hamster's stomach?
What?
Why do you put tape around a hamster's stomach
Why? To suffocate it.
so it doesn't explode when you fuck it?
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that is horrible.
Jesus.
Uh,
Loki,
I,
What do you do when you see a raccoon
I got one for
You
you,
heard
Loki.
that
in
joke?
a
Jesus
can?
Christ, that's awesome.
You know that meme about a raccoon stuck in the peanut butter? What was it? In a
I got one
can?
for you, Loki. You ready?
Yeah.
What does the farmer sing to the chicken real close late at night?
What?
Say what? If an egg can fit in there, why can't I?
Jeez. No, I want to end it right now. Somebody's hamster jumped from their drawer into their fan and died.
Oh,
Loki.
God, I'm making a mess.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Loki, did you
Hmm.
know I can I have a crystal ball here. I can look into it and I can see you.
Mhm.
I see you typing on a mechanical keyboard.
Mhm. I'm not even typing right now.
Oh, what? Do some typing and I can hear you can't typing on a mechanical keyboard.
Does it sound good?
Me?
What?
That's by design. I specifically got a keyboard that has like the typewriter keys. Makes me feel super productive.
Somebody's
I'm glad
hamster
you're not
shit
my
out
wife.
its organs. What?
He's got a whole extra room. He'll be fine.
It costs $100 for a keyboard just to be extra noisy.
I only spent $25 on this keyboard, Marty. Chill.
What do you call a marathon from
Does it
Austria
have
to
LED
Switzerland?
backlighting?
Maybe.
Hey, Marty.
Does it?
What?
Maybe.
Marty?
What's it to you?
Marty. What do you call a marathon from Austria to Switzerland? Auschwitz.
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna shoot myself. Okay.
Hey, Loki.
Yes.
Why'd the chicken cross the road?
Because you didn't fucking cook it.
Because your weird ass was chasing after it with a bottle of lube.
Oh no. Uh,
Hey, Loki.
yes.
Why did the dead baby cross the road?
How did it cross the road? It's dead.
Why did it cross the road?
Why?
Because it was nailed to the chicken.
Oh my god.
God damn it! I was muted. I was saying because it was stapled to the chicken's back. That's it. That's a joke from the Gunslinger from Stephen King book. At least that's where I heard it.
really?
Yeah.
Jesus.
It's
Okay,
it's one of the jokes that makes Blaine the Mono go fucking insane.
Demonstryde, can I type something serious we messed up in the chat? Like it's a joke, but it is serious we messed up.
Maybe not.
I can deal with it after you read it.
Why don't you just DM it to him?
Yeah, sure. Well, you won't see it then, but
Oh, am I the person that needs to see it?
Spread. No, he can spread the word.
You know, you were talking about hamsters and stuff, and my friend had a not a hamster, but a mouse. And so whenever we went to spend the night, she had the mouse in the spare bedroom in this giant fucking huge ass cage that took up one whole wall. And this mouse would nonstop run on this fucking hamster wheel, right? And finally, I remember one day I was like, God damn it, I wish that hamster or I wish that mouse would just quit fucking running for like 5 minutes so I can go to sleep. Didn't think nothing of it, got quiet. I was like, oh, thank God. Wake up the next day. Friend goes to check on the mouse. The mouse is
Dead.
fucking dead in the wheel.
Jesus Christ, did it?
But
Like, did you read it?
I manifested that mouse's death.
Maybe you choked it in your sleep. I don't know.
Nah.
Who knows? Demonstrate. What do you think?
hold on.
Am I unworthy of human dignity?
You've been unworthy
Yes.
for a long time, Loki.
Oh, that is
Absolutely.
Well, now I'm curious. What did he
Yeah.
send you?
I'm gonna.
Definitely TOS violation.
Yes. No, not just that. It's probably like hate speech or something. I don't know. Okay, I sent it to you.
Okay, let me take a gander. Oh, that's terrible.
Uh-huh.
I thought it was going to say on her husband's beard.
No, Jesus Christ. Okay, at least some bit of variation is always good. So. So, me and my friend have been sitting on a break outside of school not long ago, and he just saw a small dog, and his intrusive thoughts won. He just said, "What do you reckon will happen if I slapped it hard enough to break its spine?"
If you what?
If you slapped it hard enough to break its spine.
What would happen?
I mean, would it just keep on crawling, or?
I'm guessing but animal services might show up.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the dog would probably just try and live. Like, it's not gonna kill itself. I don't think many animals commit suicide.
I mean, some do. There actually is a point. I forgot what it's called, but it's so it has a neurotoxin, which causes such extreme pain that animals which touch the plant throw themselves off cliffs.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I forgot the name of the plant.
Click, 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 click. I want one of those.
I'm so sorry.
Like this one.
No, that one sounds plasticky.
Oh, it is completely.
I get so much joy from my keyboard. I'm not even going to lie to you.
I can impersonate Borat really well.
Is it an impersonation or is it just I'm deafened, the bastard?
Yes.
I said I was in the middle of asking you a question and you deafened, so I called you a bastard.
Oh, thank you. So what was the question?
I said, is it an impersonation or is it just your normal speaking voice?
I mean, you can say both.
Mm.
Oh, I need to suppress these.
I'm definitely impressed though with the amount of support we've gotten in the last couple days with that GoFundMe. Like almost halfway to the goal already. It's pretty crazy. I was expecting maybe a couple dollars at a time.
That's good. What are you saving for?
I need to get a Chromebook for the live stream so I can keep it running 24/7 instead of using
Yeah.
my personal laptop. And
Why
so,
why Chromebook? Why is that like the target here?
because it's the best of the lowest end that I need. 'Cause right now I do all the stream from a web browser. Like all of it's done from a web browser. So I don't need a full desktop and I want something that's portable so I can take it for when I go on road trips. I want to be able to bring it with me. I also want to have a 5G connection on it so I can have the stream running literally 24/7.
Okay. Have you done the math? I mean, what's your bit rate?
No, I haven't done any math for anything. Why would I need bitrate? For what?
Well, what's the bit rate on your stream?
Oh, you're talking about for like the data connection and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it goes through a 5G connection right now. Like I have one of those wireless towers. That's a 5G tower connected to my data. It's just 5G. Um, so once I get the Chromebook, I can set up a line on my account.
Okay.
Yeah, I was kind of blown away by how well StreamYard has gotten or how good it's gotten. Like I can actually do the kind of stream I've been wanting to do for a while from, all of it from the web browser. Don't need OBS or any of that just to do the 24/7 stream, Like when I do regular
Yeah.
shows, like I'd still set that up properly. It's just I want people to be able to go back and it's not something I want to archive or anything like that. It's just to have up for people that are in the midst of a conversation. They can use it for reference or go back and, did you say this or that? It's always brought up.
That's a good idea. Having a stream going. What I was going to recommend, although I'm not sure it meets your requirement, I'm not sure exactly, but I see a lot of people who there's companies that like try to get rid of corporate laptops
Mhm.
in bulk. Maybe they're like 2 years old or 3 years old, but they're high end like desktop quality machines, but they're laptops usually.
Yeah.
So you can end up getting like a used / cleaned out refurbished laptop for like, a third of the price of what they were brand new or something.
Yeah, it's not a bad option too. I
The
just
cool thing
figured
about it
I'd
is usually they have like a high end processor and like
yeah.
decent components. It's just like no frills. They don't look pretty. They just look like a regular ass computer.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. And you can get little docking stations for them too that are
Oh
nice
yeah,
little plug
yeah,
and play thing. Like they just drop right onto it.
yeah. In my corporate office, they would give us a laptop, and then we would have a dock, and then it would hook
Mhm.
up to like 5 monitors or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that would just
Same.
be my main machine, and I wouldn't even have to use the laptop because it was just plugged in, and I had like an external keyboard and mouse. And
Yeah, I did the same
um,
thing.
so if you bought one of those, it'd actually be a sweet deal because it just sat there blowing air, like it never got used.
I mean, that's kind of how I have it set up right now. Like my personal laptop is hooked up to an external graphics card, and that thing is hooked up to my display. So I have like a keyboard and mouse, hooked up, so it looks like a regular PC setup. If you didn't see the laptop, I have a little stand to hold it.
You have a little shitty laptop with external graphics card?
No. I have a really nice little laptop with external graphics card. It's an HP Spectre. It was like $1,200,
Ah,
like 5 years ago, and it's still pretty hard. It's got an i7 in it, lots of
what's the
RAM.
what's the external? I'm curious.
I don't know. I can check though. I bought it off of the artist here, Oddite. They were able to give me one of their old ones. I paid like $80, but I'm able to
What
play.
the
I
fuck,
haven't. Yeah, I haven't been able to, or I haven't had any games I can't play without potatoing the graphics on. So
dude? You got a fucking graphics card for $80?
it was used, yeah,
Who
but
gives
it's
a
like
fuck
it's
if it's
definitely
used?
old.
Dude, graphics cards, doesn't matter if they're used. They're made so like hot. They're made so well. All
Mhm.
you got to do is get some compressed air, and then it's
Yeah,
brand new again.
I didn't clean it out. That's the nice thing is like the system. It's got a little tray. You just slide it out. So one of these times one of these days I'm gonna have to undo it and clean it out.
That's wild.
But yeah, that Thunderbolt port, like this, I actually had this thing for years, and then not until the pandemic did I end up getting the external graphics card. So I had games. I had a Steam account. I just haven't been able to ever play the games on it. And like over the years, I just like, oh, I'll play that someday.
Yeah, I'm curious what laptops are out there. Let's see. The renewed uh, corporate laptop. See what's out there. Oh wow, yeah, they're out there. $200, $300.
Really? Now, I
Oh yeah.
imagine those can. I imagine those can do a data connection too. So that might be worth looking into.
Maybe. It just depends. You mean has like a SIM card slot?
Yeah.
Let's see.
It's kind of pissed. I didn't even think about it when I picked up this one, and then I found out like the model, like just maybe a couple $100 more, had that. I was like, damn it.
Yeah. So you want this to be portable with you?
Yeah, for like when I do I go on a road trip every year. So like when I do something like that, it'd be nice to have it with, or have it set up at home so it's not dependent on my Wi-Fi in case my Wi-Fi dies. It just the option to be able to take it with has got to be there.
And you're trying to fundraise $300? I didn't
Three and
actually see
three
the
and
link.
yeah, 350. Let me put it in the
Okay.
chat.
Yeah, that's what company do you have? Like T-Mobile or something?
Yep, T-Mobile, and they have the Chromebook Go G or whatever it is. It's actually just about exactly what the GoFundMe's gonna max at.
Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, I'm looking at their website now. Would they consider it a tablet?
I couldn't find it when you search through there. You just have to I think you just have to like type in Chromebook into their search bar.
Okay. Chromebook. We got the Samsung 3.6 stars. And then there's the Apple iPad Pro Smart Keyboard. Oof. I don't know, bro. Honestly, no bullshit. No bullshit. You may be better off going with the iPad and the keyboard.
The problem is you can't do. So if I could just do it from I have tablets. That's not an issue. You can't stream it from the web browser and do what I'm doing with the tablets, unfortunately.
But Chromebook is a tablet, no?
It is, but it's got a PC based, like the browser on it doesn't think it's on a tablet. It thinks it's on a PC, which is the big part.
It's just a check mark. You can
Yeah,
hide the yeah.
you can't do StreamYard through it though. That's the problem. Like it has to be it has to think it's on a PC.
Yeah.
Because I would love to just get like a real low end phone, and just do it through there, right? Like right through the browser. Like it'd be no issue. It's just it does not want, you can't share your screen when you're doing it through the phone.
They don't have an app.
No, not yet.
Yeah. Okay. So I go to the website and do I have an account? I think I've logged in before. Check my email. All right. Let's see. Desktop. All right. So the website thinks that I'm on a desktop right now. I'm using my
Mhm.
phone.
On StreamYard.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, so what are you trying to accomplish?
So go down, like create a stream, and then go down and try and share screen. Try and present something to share, and it's not going to let you. And then there's a little plug-in for Chrome to allow StreamYard to share. You can get it to almost add it. I've even gotten it to like add it by putting it into desktop mode and doing all that, but
Yeah.
it gets to a point where it just does not advance.
You've tested it on the Chromebook and you can get it to the finish.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Yeah, I bet I imagine. Yeah, I guess the requirement that you have the SIM card thing is the difficult part.
Mm-hmm.
So there are those laptops that they take out into the field that have like the rugged case and everything,
Yep.
and those
Ooh.
usually have the SIM card.
Yeah,
So I
that's not a
bet
bad option too.
you could get an old one because that'll have a touch screen. It'll have like Windows 10. It'll have big battery.
Mm-hmm.
It's very durable and all that shit, and it's just used, refurbished or whatever. What's it called? Tough Book. Let me go on
That's a good one. That's a good idea too. Because when I
that
start
green
doing,
dude.
I'm gonna try and open up a legit open mic, like in a physical location, and I want to get that streaming as well. And I don't want to take my personal PC with for that either.
Yeah,
So it's
bro.
got to.
Look at that. Yep. You can get. Let's see. I'm just looking at the sponsored. I'm not even looking at like all of them. Just sponsored. $439 for this one, and I don't know if it has the option for a SIM card. Uh, but they're out there. Cellular. Cellular.
Definitely. Yeah, I forgot about those things. They had those. They sold those commercials big time for those. Kind of like how they had the commercials for the Textel walkie-talkie phones. Like, if you're a firefighter and you have a crew and you need to get a hold of them.
Yeah, well, I'd use them in the field all the time.
Yeah.
As like I worked for the cable company for a while. They would give us one of these tough books. Had self service.
Nice.
Yeah, I think the company was Panasonic. Panasonic, tough book. Um, Unfortunately, I don't know like what the right kind would be, but that's the name. I'd want to find you one that has the at least 4G capability or something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's the bowl of supers today. Is anyone paying attention to it?
Oh, is it? I didn't even know. Minding my own
We
business.
we do anti Super Bowl parties over here.
Well, that's funny.
It's where we get all the Super Bowl food and then we go watch chick flicks instead.
Oh, that's a funny thing.
No, but I was watching a video. Apparently, there's some organization that keeps an eye on the Super Bowl and all its advertising in that, and there's not enough DEI in there. That they've been complaining that it needs more woke crap in their adverts. They're not woke enough. But
Nice.
Budweiser's gone back to normal ads instead of his woke ads, and they're like, "No, you can't do that. You must bankrupt your company just to promote our bullshit."
Oh my
Yeah.
god, I feel so dumb.
It's the one thing about Super Bowls that are fun is the ads. It's like the only time I actually like commercials.
They pay $6 million for a 30-second ad.
That's crazy. Click, 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 clickety, clickety, click, click, click.
I'm sorry.
Boom, chicka, boom, chicka, boom, chicka, boom.
Well, it shows how much money these companies got to waste. I mean, how much product would you have to sell to get back your $6 million in advertising? You guys must have a huge economy over there.
Yeah, you know,
They don't.
not all my
They
fault.
don't have to get the money back though. They can just claim it as a loss for taxes.
The
It's
thing
all
is, though, you
backwards
can
over
only
here.
claim so many losses before your business is not profitable.
Right.
Well, that's what. Yeah, they don't want it to be profitable. They want to hide. They want to hide all of their profits and their losses.
Hey, you can have a company that makes $0.
Yeah, that's not
Like
quite how it works.
like Uber and Lyft. Like they say that most of their money goes to insurance, like commercial insurance, right? But they probably own the insurance company, so they can just overcharge, and they take the money.
If you think about
Then
it, how
say
long can you run a
say they're not
how long
making
can you run
anything.
a business? How long can you run a business before when your expenses overrun your income? How long do you think that's going to last for? Not long, I wouldn't think. What they're doing is claiming deductions to bring their tax liability down to zero. You don't want to go too far or you got no profit. And that's where I think it's a scam. I think if employers are allowed to claim these tax shit, then so are we. If they can claim their petrol to run a business, why can't I claim my petrol to get to work?
You should be able to. It's just that it has to be deductions over like 5,000 and you have to itemize it. But if you make
No, you
over
can't.
5,000 here, you should be able
You
to.
can't claim going to work and home. You can only claim it if you work at different workplaces. You work at a factory, you can't claim kilometers from home to work. Never going to happen.
Depends on the kind of bank you have.
No,
If
it's to do
yeah.
with tax. I do tax. Nothing to do with banks. It's got to do with tax.
The type of banking you do, yeah. If you're running under an LLC, then you can itemize pretty much anything.
If you're an employee and you work in a factory, You cannot claim petrol to and
Yeah,
from
if
work.
you're an employee and you're working in a factory, no, you can't. But if you're an employee who does contract work under a 1099 and you itemize over $5,000 worth of stuff, then yes, you can write off your gas under your taxes.
So everybody can do that, can they?
If they
All
have a
employees can do that.
1099,
Yeah, so
No,
like
they
when I do
can't.
DoorDash, I get it. Yes, when I do
I know
DoorDash,
that. That's your job. What about everybody else? What about people who work in a factory who are just going to work and back? Don't drive around doing 5,000 kilometers. They just drive to work and back. Why can't they claim that petrol as a
well,
part of their job? The
if
only
their
reason I'm
job
leaving home
entails
is to go to work.
if their job entails going to a different location while they're still on the
Oh,
clock,
God.
you can claim that. So like
Yeah,
if
I'm
I'm
trying to
working,
say you should be able to claim everything, same as an employer can claim everything. Why can't we claim everything as the employee? That's what I was trying to say.
because you're under a W-2
Oh, fuck's sake.
or like a W-4, right? Instead of a
It costs me
1099.
money. It costs me money to leave my house to go to the employer. Why can't I claim for that? When every time the employer leaves his house, he can claim everything. I'm not leaving my house to go shopping or to go to the fun park. I'm leaving my house to go to work. Why can't I claim that as part of my deductions to work?
Because you're not running a business,
Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm an employee.
but you're not running the business. There's different tax
Oh,
brackets for different
So it
things.
costs me money to go to work.
Yes.
It costs you. Why should you be claiming a business if it can't run at a profit? Why should you be claiming all these losses? Make your business run at they can run at a fucking loss. Why the fuck can't we?
I mean, we can and we do.
Not every person,
I
only if you have certain jobs.
right. Oh, I mean, like, how do I? I do live at a loss. You know, just working. And that's interesting. Why can't you tax or claim your food that you eat during your
Yeah.
lunch break? You know, like you should be able to write that off in taxes as well. Like I can do that when I'm doing DoorDash, but not my regular job.
Yes.
Why is that?
Yeah, so the excuse for this actually comes from the part of business that is entrepreneurial and and the whole point is that if you are in the position to be self-employed or that you can employ people, they incentivize the expenses to be to have your own business essentially.
No, it's a scam.
So
They're not incentivizing anybody. It's a scam that they
so
made
like
up.
if I'm a 1099 employee or if I'm a 1099 I'm a contractor, which means I'm self-employed,
Yep.
which means I can hire people to do work, right? I can hire people to do work.
Doesn't mean you
So
will. Just because you
the whole
can
point,
doesn't mean you will.
I know. No. I understand that it's the like industry has changed, but the intention was that if they gave these kickbacks and incentives to help grow businesses, then they could hire more employees. So that's the whole idea: is to give businesses the incentive in order to be able to afford employees.
Bullshit. Why don't you give the employees an incentive to be employees?
Well, this is trickle
Yeah,
down
well,
economics. Yeah, I mean,
things have
it's
changed.
it doesn't work. I mean, it was that was exactly it. That was how it was sold. Like, hey, let's make sure employee or employers have the ability to make employees wealthy as well. And the trickle down economics just have stagnated our wages since that's been implemented.
But so I'm not saying this is correct morally. I'm not saying I agree with it. So don't scream my head off here. But But there are a lot of individuals that will get a bank account under an LLC, and then they will consider that a business expense. So if they have to go get food, if they have to go get gas, if they have to buy a new car because they're an LLC in the States,
but
there's ambiguity there, and they're able to
I
put
know.
all of that.
But they're
under
basically
that.
still, some of them working as an employee, just claiming that they're a small business and is self-employed. It's no different, and yet they got all these perks. Everybody else who's
By the
doing
way,
the same fucking thing can't claim their petrol, can't claim their food, can't claim anything.
I think there is some incentives for people who are like maybe they're like over 30 minutes away from work or something that you can
No.
claim.
No, only if you do multiple jobs. You travel from one place to another. You have to do more than 2. No, you can drive 500 kilometers to get to work. They don't give a shit.
Now there are certain jobs that you can stipulate that in your contract when you sign on. Like my mom does expense reports for her gas because she has, an hour commute. But that's stipulated in the contract. It's not necessarily a tax break.
I know, but if there's employees and we outnumber the employers, we just let ourselves get ripped off constantly. If they can claim this fucking crap, why can't we? If they can run a business at a loss and still fucking claim it, why can't we? And why don't we stand up and make it change? Because we outnumber them. And that wouldn't be infecting employer. The money's not coming out of their pocket, it'd be coming out of the taxman. Anyway, that's just it pisses me off about working.
Oh, come on, you piece of shit.
Man, these Jimmy Dean breakfast sandwiches, sausage, egg, and cheese, and biscuit, or not biscuit, but croissant. These are amazing. You just microwave them. Like I could probably eat like 3 or 4 of these every day.
I hate trying to get food to my house.
You live in the sticks?
Well, I don't drive. I'm not allowed to. So.
Do you have
No,
a food
not.
delivery service you can use, like grocery deliveries?
Yeah, I've done that before. I'd rather rot in hell. I'd rather starve, actually.
There's nothing worse than getting
Why
melted
is that?
ice cream delivered to you.
Yeah, because your shit's half melted, some of it. And they pick out the worst produce. So if you don't ever get fresh fruit or anything, because you are going to get the worst crap. You can't see any of the specials because you're not walking around the shop. It's just shit. It's a last resort. If that's what you have to do, yeah, sure. But it's shit. Not only that, I can't see, and I'm supposed to visually look through 10,000 different items to pick them. It doesn't make my life easier. It just means I have to spend 3 hours trying to find 30 different pieces of food in some long fucking list of shit. Anyway. Oh, I'm just sitting here going, I'm fucking hungry and I don't know how to get food here without money. I got a bike, but then someone stole it, and so I got another one, but I don't have a basket. I haven't replaced the basket yet. So I can only get so much shit home.
Hashtag first world problem.
Yes.
Hey, didn't you say a while back they found your bike, but you had already
Yeah.
bought one by then?
Yes, I've got 2 of them sitting in my lounge room now. It's great.
So you have the old one, it just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. No, I paid $300 to get it repaired.
Oh, okay. So you got a bike
Yeah, it's crazy.
with a basket.
No, they stole all the shit off it.
Oh.
Did
Oh.
Did it get hit by a car and then all the shit got broken, or they just ripped it apart?
No, they ripped it apart. They stripped it, tried to get it going.
Did your basket have like a big sunflower on in front of it?
No, it's just this square one that I'd hockey strapped to the back of it. And I'm looking at getting another one. I found this great basket. It's fucking huge. And the cunts made a back rack on my bike that is angled at both ends. So I can only put this tiny little box on the back of it. It's like, you fucking assholes. I just... Anyway.
How's the painting doing?
What?
Aren't you painting your house?
Yes. Well, I'm knackered. I had to stop yesterday to mow lawns. And,
What was the name of that green? Like Hunter Green or something?
no. I don't know. I'd have to go have a look. It's almost like a black green. No, I finished all that painting. I just do all the gloss. You know, I can't see. I've got the fucking paint everywhere. It's just. Ugh. And then I like stupidly. There's a patch in the bathroom on the door. I thought I'll just sand that back, and that's the same white as what I'm painting. No, it's not. I have to do the whole fucking door. I've just added another 2 door frames to my list, which I didn't need. I was enjoying it, but now after 3 weeks, I'm getting a little sick of it.
I just picked up some new epoxy molds, or silicone molds for my epoxy resin today for some coasters. I have these comics that I was cutting up, and I was trying to figure out a cool thing to pour with them. And I poured this little block to see how they would turn out, and I'm gonna end up lining the bottoms of these coasters with comic book stuff. It's gonna look pretty fucking cool.
I was thinking about putting my crystals into some of that hard plasticky shit. So fucking
Yeah, that'd be
expensive,
cool.
though.
Yeah, it is.
God.
It is really expensive, and when you fuck up, you fuck up, and there ain't no going back.
No. So I didn't even bother. It was too expensive.
No, that'd be cool though. Like, cause I have this pyramid mold for pouring, and it was only like $10, but and it's the size of it is decently small. So if you could make the bismuth crystals and then suspend it within that pyramid, that'd be really fucking cool.
Yeah, one of
Should look
my stepdad's neighbors was doing it. I gave her 3 crystals to practice with, but I haven't heard anything back.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
it
I
would
should
just
get
put the
some of
price
that.
up. It would put the price up way too much. Business shit's expensive.
Mm-hmm. Very cool.
It's like $1 a gram. It's fucking expensive.
Hey, you see that link I just sent you?
Me?
Demon. Sorry.
Oh, hold on.
So I found this refurbished book, this tough book, Panasonic, good kind. The Panasonics cost the most. They're apparently like the best kind. I upgraded the RAM, which was a decent price. It wasn't overpriced. And
Mm-hmm.
then I added the 4G LTE card, and it came out to $427.
Oh, nice.
So i5, really bright screen that you could use outside if you're camping or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You know, probably around 2.5, 3 hours of battery life at full brightness. Not too bad. But I just wanted to make sure shit like this was out there. And apparently it is. Oh, look, Windows 7 Pro or Windows 10 Pro. I imagine you can upgrade for free.
What, to Windows 11? Ick.
No, I just mean it doesn't. I don't think it's going to charge you to switch from 7 to 10. Yeah, it doesn't.
Right.
It doesn't charge. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice.
I wish I could go
Um,
from 10 back to 7. I fucking hate 10.
Really? You want to go
Yeah.
back? Was it Vista?
Yeah, I at least knew what I was doing. I can't fucking find anything on
Vista.
this new version. Just
That's
awful.
funny.
I like 10. 10 feels closer to XP than any other version.
Doesn't even look the same. It's all the same
No, it
shit.
doesn't.
Search bar, the whole thing's fucked.
I mean, it looks definitely more updated, but I feel like everything's in the place where it should be better in
No,
Windows 10 version.
find it. Can't find photo. Can't find shit on that.
Oh,
Fucking thing.
I don't use the photo thing. Like, yeah,
I
I
hate it.
don't.
Oh wow.
Totally wiped out my media thing that didn't come with the new. It was just shit.
So I didn't know that you could change the processor on this, but apparently for an extra $100, you can get the fastest processor for that would fit.
Mhm.
I mean, if you wanted to.
If you wanted to pay an extra $100, then it would be only obsolete in 6 months from now or 8 months from now.
Well, it's not
Or it
about being
already is.
obsolete. It's just about being able to multitask and do the shit that he wants to do on the go. I'm just seeing if this shit even exists because now I'm curious about getting one. I don't
Mhm.
care about having the fastest processor because all the processors are like overkill these days. The old ones aren't that bad.
Right. Well,
If
and
I can get,
what
you
I'm
know,
doing with it, all of the processing is being done through
on
the
the
web,
website.
anyways. Yeah. Like right now,
But if you
I've got
did,
this live stream. It's going out to 6 different locations. My computer couldn't even do that through OBS, like to 2 of them without stuttering.
yeah, and you'd have to multiply your data output, which is not possible. Your T-Mobile would fucking melt.
Yeah. It'd be nice if StreamYard would fucking get on it and make the fucking app already, because it is a really nice platform. It is really fluid, very easy to use. It's just some of the connections are still archaic.
You know what? I'm gonna go on Facebook. Maybe I can find one of these. I can just type in "tough book." Let's see. There's got to be one guy who like stole it from work or something. Is trying to get rid of it. You know.
When I
That's
got
a
my
tough
job
work.
as a security guard. The first week I was hired on there, the guy that I would constantly come in and take his. We'd swap positions. He did like 3 to, or no, he did like the morning shift until 3, and then I came in 3 to 11. And this one day, my boss comes in like after I had just taken over, and I was like, oh, that's kind of weird. And he's like, yeah, don't worry about it. He's coming in. Just don't. When he comes back through the door, just tell him I want to see him in the room back there. I'm like, okay. And dude comes in. I say, what's up? And he didn't know what was going on, and he goes back in the room and then leaves. And then my boss comes out and tells me that he had stolen like 5 of the work laptops, and then he was selling them on Craigslist, and they were like $5,000 a piece. And the only reason they had known about it is because one of the guys in the IT department was like, hey, have you seen this to he was asking one of the other guys in there, have you seen this or this? And he's like, no, I haven't. And my boss had heard it, and he was like, oh, well, let me do a little double check. And he just went on Marketplace, searched for them, saw them, and then looked at the images, and it was like, this kid was fucking dumb. It's like, you really thought you'd get away with that?
How
He got
how did
fired.
they not miss them out of the workplace?
Because they they buy them in bulk, and they have like a couple hundred of them sitting around, and then as they get new employees,
Yeah.
they'll like
Yeah.
onboard them. So he probably took it off like the bottom of a stack somewhere, and just because he had already sold several of them for like a couple $100 a piece. And yeah, he's lucky he didn't have the police involved. They just fired him, and then he had to work out paying it back to the company, but they let him off the fucking hook.
Wow,
But
I've
it's
never
so
done
funny.
that kind of
One of our security guards was fucking stealing. It's like, come on, fuck.
thing. I mean, I've nicked a few pens and small things, but I've never stolen big things from work.
Well, once you have absolute power, it corrupts absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're never going to get a decent job again if you're at like high ranking and you fucking steal from your employer. Fuck.
Well, you just never use them as a reference again. Just,
No,
well,
I
it
guess
looks
I
like you
did
took like a
steal.
15-year break here. It was like your last job was McDonald's, huh? It's like, yeah, I guess. Did a lot of soul searching since then. And I figured, I'd just start working again.
I have to say, I did steal a piece of material from the woolen mill I worked at once, but it wasn't a huge piece. It wasn't worth much. But still, got the skirt in the cupboard that I made from it still. Yeah, I probably just haven't worked anywhere worth stealing anything from. Now I think about it.
Everyone steals from their job. Time is the most lucrative one. People steal all the time. Like, who hasn't gone to the bathroom while at work? Technically, you're supposed to use your break time to do that, but it's like, seriously expect me to make food, eat it in a half hour, and go to the bathroom?
It's worse when they give you an hour and it's unpaid, so your day goes for an extra hour, and then you just
Yep.
half an hour you sing, yeah, there's nothing to fucking do. Can't get to town, it's too not enough
Yep.
time to do anything.
I've only had one job with an hour unpaid, or the hour lunch and unpaid. It was interesting. I definitely liked having an hour. It made it so I could
Yeah.
actually like eat my lunch and sit there and like play a game like on my computer at my desk, and
Or if you had an appointment, you could actually go and do something and get back in time.
Yeah.
I think there's a Toon interview on this morning. Saw an ad for it last night.
Mm.
In another hour or two. I don't think it all started yet.
Fancy. Need to get on a fucking modern day debate. Get the word out for this place. Wanted to debate Witsit on there, but he kind of said how he only wanted to debate people with PhDs and shit from now on.
Oh, you wanted to debate him yourself?
Yeah, I've had a debate with him before. We debated about morality, and I
Oh, okay.
trounced him on it. But
Did
other
his
than that,
did his ego rise so much he doesn't accept normal people anymore?
well, he said, James convinced him to do that last one, but he's saying he only wants to do PhDs from now on. So
And he probably gets so many offers, he can pick and choose.
well, I had talked to him about that before. He had said that he didn't even pick his opponents before. He was just going on, and James was lining him up. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to get on there and do a 2v2 or something, and we'll pair me up with somebody who knows the maths about shit, and then I'll epistemologically destroy whoever it is we're going against.
I used to like debating, but I don't know shit on any of the topics anymore. I don't know enough. If I could read what I was writing, it'd be easier. I could make notes.
So how you been, Tactical? How's how's this telescope game going?
3 or 4 months straight cloudy, so not very well.
Oh, you got a new
Also, my
telescope.
hard drive broke. So
Oh, bugger.
Your hardware broke?
hard drive. I have
Oh,
a
your hard drive.
with I think all of the data from last year, and I tried to plug it in, but it broke.
No, that sucks.
Yeah.
Do you use OneDrive at all, or
No.
Google Drive?
No.
Get on that. Like
What is that
it's
one
really
drive?
worth it.
I use it
It's
for
So
school.
it's it's Microsoft based, but I have it like for when it's like I have my desktop is and the entire desktop of my computer is shared in a OneDrive folder. So anytime I drag, drop, download, put anything onto my desktop, it's automatically synced into the desktop folder, and then I can access that from any device that I have signed into OneDrive. But I've also allows me to have a terabyte of storage through like
Have
it's just
you
like
thought about
$2.
doing a virtual machine stream?
What the fuck's that?
Virtual machine stream. What do you mean?
Yeah, so what you would do is you just log into a website which has your virtual machine, your
Right.
virtual computer, your Windows or whatever, and then just running Streamlabs or a stream what's it called?
Yeah. So can you link me to that? Like, what's it? Because I actually thought it'd be much easier if I had like a virtual version of Windows to run. Because if that's available, I'll look into that too.
Yeah, that's what Geo does. He just bought a VM and runs his live stream through that. So you'll log into the website
Right.
and then just Yeah, that way you don't need to have like the physical hardware. You can just have unlimited amount of machines.
Yeah, because this is what I've been wanting to do something like that. I just didn't know it was an actual thing. Okay, so virtual machine. How much does that cost, do you think? Look at that up. Is there multiple like competitors for it, or is it just like
Yeah, no, I mean there's basically like data centers that they have like really powerful computers,
Mhm.
like servers, and then they split up all the resources in the servers, and then you basically buy resources,
yeah.
and they run a virtual Windows system
Oracle?
on their hardware, and they section off. Well, depending on what you want to buy, you can buy extra cores, you can buy more RAM, you can buy more space, you can buy different versions of software, different like internet connectivity. There's different tiers of what you want to buy, but it sounds like you just need,
Yeah,
like
that is what I need.
you just need like basic ass shit and then run stuff off the
Yeah.
website.
Yeah, I mean that's all it's doing right now is I'm running it from a browser. I just need it to if I could have a fucking computer that's being run in a browser run the two other things that are in the browser, that'd be fucking great.
Yeah, that's what you do.
virtualbox.en, like I'm not finding a very I'm seeing Microsoft stuff at the top here. Microsoft Learn, Windows 10. Like what's the product he uses? Virtualbox.org. This looks really rudimentary. Like this looks like a
I mean,
fucking website from
it's
the
super cheap too. I
1997.
mean, you might spend like $10 a month.
Yeah,
It's super
yeah.
cheap.
I'm willing to spend that, but I just need to know what's a good product.
I don't know. I've
Yeah.
never. That's the only reason I haven't like suggested it, is because I don't know the companies. But one of the, I mean, obviously, Amazon Web Services would be like the most. They'd probably whitewash. They'd probably compete for like the best. Just because they have the most hardware and the most internet, and they could minimize their cost. Be like the Walmart, you know.
This is crazy. I can't find any information about it. Like I'm finding information, but it's not leading me to a product I can purchase.
Yeah,
This is weird.
VM for streaming.
Run a
I don't
PC
know.
inside of my PC. I don't need that.
Yeah, hosted VM. Let me see if I can find. Hosted VM. Yeah, that's what it'd be called. Here we go. Top 10 services. Here's V2 Cloud.
V2
Keep your
Cloud.
data. I'm just looking at the products here.
Let's see.
Hey, Riggs. There's
Yeah.
a photo of my bikes. It's like I'm seeing
Okay.
double. There's like two of them. This is fucking insane.
Huh. Hey, you got nice bikes. Hey, at least you got it back. Looks like it's in good order.
Yeah. It has a few things. It's grunting a bit when I've only ridden it once. I'll have to get out and ride it a bit more. Not sounding as good as it was. I'm going for restitution anyway. Fuck him. He can spend the rest of his life paying me $1 a week if he wants. Okay.
Let's see, 1111 systems.
VM hosting. Yeah, this may be the way to go, bro, honestly, because you don't want to you don't want to have to worry about like like babysitting the hardware and having
That's
your
what yeah, that's what I've
local
been
internet
doing.
go down, and
It's the
because
worst.
this way not only do you not have to babysit the hardware, but because you're a customer, they have to fix your shit.
I've been
It's
trying to
just
get on
crazy.
this fucking Amazon Web Service thing, but every time I'm looking for it, I don't get how people do anything on it. Amazon Web Services. Like it looks like they have a year free of web hosting thing on it, but I can't fucking get to it. I don't know what's up with Google, but it has been real fucky lately. Almost like that when I want to find or do something from my phone lately, it's just not. It's like I'm being funneled to one thing no matter what. Let's see.
Man, I was just starting to feel really good, and I totally forgot that I took the tramadol. I was like, I forgot about that. Why am I feeling warm and fuzzy and nice?
What's tramadol?
It's a muscle
It's
relaxer.
basically, it's like a synthetic opiate.
It's the feel good stuff.
Yeah, I have muscle relaxer, and it's not the tramadol, but you use them together.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
That feel good stuff.
The feel good stuff. All right, A2 hosting. Let me see what A2 hosting says. Yeah, I mean, their products are super cheap, bro. I mean, the most expensive product they have is $15 a month. Key features. Yeah, you know, this is interesting to me. I may want to look into this, because if I can set this up remotely, I might just start my own server. Because why not? I don't think $3 is going to break the bank. So I finished both of those Metroid games, which were by far like the prettiest, fucking amazing games of that era I've ever seen. Like 2000, whatever, like 2002 or whatever the fuck it was. That's amazing graphics. But now I think I'm moving on to the 007 franchise, because
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, what the fuck? But I found out, dude, there are 4 007 games for the GameCube, so I got my work cut out for me.
Nice.
4! I had no idea. No idea. It's like they came out with one every year.
You know what I learnt last night? I learned that India is not thousands of years old. It was only created in 1947.
What
What
was it
was?
before that?
Fucked if I know, but I don't know nothing of the history of the world before they made these countries, is what I'm starting to realize. Obviously, it was there and the buildings were there, but it wasn't India. The fuck?
Yeah, it seems like all the features that they try to upsell you for with these VMs have nothing to do with the bit, like the internet speed. But all of the ones I've seen say that they have gigabit internet. So what? There's no cap? I mean, if that's the case, you could take like the $3 plan and just run your website, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Let me do some researching for this. VM hosting StreamYard. Because like if you've only let's say that you only fundraise like $150, you know,
Mm-hmm.
that may carry you for like several years of just getting this VM shit online. And then you don't have to worry about getting like the extra $20 a month for your 5G and all that shit. Like it just comes with. Yeah, this is the way to go, man. Especially if you're hurting for money. This is the way.
What was it? A2 services or A2 hosting?
I mean, that's just one company, yeah. A2 services. There's like I found this website that was trying to say like the top VM. Let's see, A2 hosting, Cam Kamatera, Performance Cloud, hostinger.com. There's like a bunch of them here. I'll give you this website and then you can kind of like feel it out. You can see what you think about these. I mean, all of them seem very affordable.
I'm going to see Pink in concert this week. Yeah.
What concert?
I don't know, whatever the latest one is. We're the first one on the tour, so. But I'm going to play a playlist soon so I can get used to the songs again. Actually, looking at the playlist, it's not too bad.
And you know what? A lot of these companies, they have like a 30-day trial.
Mm-hmm.
So you could,
Yeah, this one's
you
got
know,
money back. This A2. I'm looking though, and it looks like the
yeah.
299 is just like that one looks like it's just the resource pool that you would pull from. Like you would upload all of your resources and all of your programs to that, and then like GitHub would pull from that to run your thing. Because this lift plans are where it looks like you have cloud Linux OS, but this one it's starting at 35. So it does look like it's gonna cost regardless. I wonder what I could do with this one though. 299. So up to 4 cores. But what do you? I'd like to see the product in use. Let's see.
Yeah, what a lot of people have tried to do like the video game streaming and stuff with the VM and they have not had success. But
Mhm.
that's not what you're doing. So what
Yeah.
you need a VM to be able to run Discord, which is fucking fuck all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just run Discord and like most of these VMs have gigabit internet. So like it's perfect for what you're trying to do. And if it runs slow, just like spend an extra $2 and get more cores or more RAM or whatever you need. However, I will say that if you're not gonna have a video card for the NVENC encoder, you may want to have like a higher end processor. So like more cores or whatever the max is, because it's going to be doing software encoding. And that can be pretty demanding. Oh wow, here. I found I got lucky here. Sending this to you. I mean, it says free, but I imagine all the answers don't have to be free. So check that out.
Rack Smart. Let's see what that is.
Yeah, you may want to look at Amazon web server.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently they got the best or the most fucking power bang for the buck.
Yeah, I signed up for it, but when I go and click on it, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But that might just be because I'm on my phone.
So it's called Amazon Light Sale. You ever heard of that?
Nope.
Here, sending this to you too. Now that says free. I'm not sure free is going to be good enough, but I imagine you can customize once you get in there.
Thank you.
Yeah. Also, you can call them. They've got the contact us. Let's see. They're open.
Oh wow, yeah, the pricing on this is pretty decent. Like the free, free up to 750 hours, and then
Mhm.
you go up to the $8 or the $12 one. It's not bad.
So you get 50 gigabytes content delivery network. So that, I think that would be your data limitation. I'm not sure that's what you want. Now the Windows, there's 3 months free on Windows bundles, $8, $12, and $20. I do not know. Oh, okay. I see the pricing now. I'm talking out my ass here. Here we go. Windows. Okay. Yeah. See, here's the difference, bro. On the other companies, they don't specify your transfer data limit. So if you went to V2 or these other companies, they would be like, oh, yeah, well, we want your business. They might charge a little more, but they don't have data caps. It appears, and this just appears, that they have data caps on the AWS. Yeah. So the transfer, it says 7 terabytes, 6 terabyte, 5 terabyte. And the prices are monthly. Oof. Yeah, I would hate to. That's why I asked what your bit rate was.
Yeah, I don't know.
So if they're
Let me look on
gonna give you
my.
data caps on AWS, you're not gonna want to deal with them. Smaller companies won't give you data caps.
Let me look at my
Let's see.
T-Mobile internet thing. Let's see. This tells me how much I use.
Well, are you streaming right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so pull up the just pull up, Control Delete, and then look at your Performance tab. Click on Network.
Hold on. I'm not in I'm not in my room right now.
Oh, my bad.
Let's see. I'm gonna see if my router's got the information on it.
I mean, you're running on OBS, right?
No. I'm just going through the web browser right now through
Oh,
StreamYard.
okay. Well, let me. Maybe there's like a default StreamYard bitrate, which I don't know what it is. Are you doing 30 or 60 FPS?
I don't know what it's got set at, but on the Discord, I think it's 30. I
You
don't think there's
bastard.
an option Yeah, I don't think there's an ability to
There's
change that
options.
through the
There's
StreamYard.
options. I'll find out. I'll find out. All right. So you're using 4500 bit rate because you're running 1080p. So that's about I mean it's about 450 about half a megabyte a second. It's not that bad. Now, it might be a lot for mobile though. That is kind of demanding for mobile. And if you're doing the math on that, let's see here. Times how many seconds in a day? What is this? Dude, I'm getting too high for this. Like,
Let's see. 86,400 seconds.
I think I knew that at some time. Okay. All right. So if I subtract 4 zeros. Okay, so you're looking at, and I could be wrong here. You're looking at just over 3.5 terabytes per month. No, fuck me, dude. I don't. My fucking brain ain't working now. Oh, I think I know why. Oh, okay.
Yikes. Well, yeah, they don't specify here. Like all these websites with the calculators, they'll say like HD video usage, but they don't specify how, like, what their standard is. Like HD to me is 1080p, but to them it might be 720, and then they don't specify the bit rate, which is a whole different thing. So I don't know. I think if you as long as you can get maybe like 2 terabytes of usability, I think you'd probably be fine. Because all my calculators came back. If you ran a stream 24 hours for a month, they came back at like 1.5, but they didn't tell me what the bit rate was. So I don't know. Whatever. So 2 terabytes probably safe, which would be under Amazon, that would be $12 a month, but I'm not sure that you'd want to deal with them. Windows VM hosting. I guess that's pretty fair. Well, that's actually pretty common. $12 for 2 terabytes. Still cheaper than having your own laptop. See, I could geek out with this all day. I could just look into this stuff all day. I love this. I love tech work. Fun. So that one company, Comatera, is pretty popular. They have a 30-day free trial, no upfront costs, no commitment. Let's see, simple.
Customized. Dedicated. Oh.
Who's that?
Oh wow, these guys are expensive. Huh. Yeah, it looks like about 15 bucks a month is standard for what you're looking for the Windows virtualization and all that. It seems like that would be a lot cheaper to crowdfund. All right, I'm closing all my windows. I could do this all day. Close, close, close. Oh, is it Sunday? It is. So Dan must be watching Jim's Sunday roast. It's probably what he's doing.
Yeah, he said he'd be doing that.
I think the roast is over.
Oh, well then he'll be in here soon.
I didn't see him over there at Jim's. I don't know.
No, he watches online and he donates money online on the YouTube and shit. He's a real what's it called when you like pain? Isn't that called a masochist?
Sadomasochist. It looks like Jim's.
Yeah.
Looks like it's still going over there, I guess. I just can't stand Zant's voice. The motherfucker just
Yeah.
hits me to the soul.
Dude, Globers just you can kind of hear like the Glober in like people's voices. You can hear it. It's painful. It's like nails on a chalkboard.
And I've heard Zant brag about when he was talking with Austin how Zant had upped the pitch of his voice on purpose.
Okay.
Yeah, that's like a sick person.
I mean, why would he? Is that like a tactic or like what do you mean?
I don't know. It was like he was bragging about it.
Okay.
You know,
I
Canadians.
didn't know that's something you could. So he's bragging about making his voice really high pitched.
Well, he ramped it up, I believe, is what the terminology was. Someone said, and
I don't think he was doing it on purpose. It just
no,
happened to be
like
get
literally,
excited.
he
But
said,
then,
like I go, were you going extra high there with the pitch? And then I ramped it up for him. Is what I believe the quote was.
yeah, I think I was
Oh,
listening.
he
Yeah, and
probably
he did
just
it on
meant like,
purpose that time. Yeah,
yeah, okay.
but I think it's
I think
part of him anyway. It just
I
happens when
think
he gets
he's doing it
excited.
on purpose all the time, and he was really ramping it up when he was talking
Probably, I
about.
don't have a high opinion of him, so I'm not going to say nothing. He can be good to listen to sometimes, and sometimes not.
I mean, if you're gonna be Canadian, that's fine, but then on top of it, too much for me. I can't handle it. Who made a bet for the record-setting field goal in the second quarter of the Super Bowl? You just won.
Is that a bet?
In Vegas, there's bets on how many times they're going to show Taylor Swift during the Super Bowl. You can bet on anything in Vegas.
They'll probably show her as many times as it takes to get the young men interested. Actually, it's the girls they're sucking in with her, isn't it?
But they were showing this little cheerleader cheering, and she had her ribs popping out of her little two-piece outfit. She's
Taylor's
looking,
in Sydney this weekend. My daughter's friend's going to see her.
yeah, she was in Japan yesterday. Now she's obviously in Vegas,
And
and then
she's
she's going to go
just
all the way back around the oblate spheroid-shaped Earth to down under now next time.
I think Saturday night she's in Sydney. She's not coming to Brisbane. I think it's probably because Pink's playing, and Pink's got a big production. Surprised they're coming at the same time. You get nobody, and then everybody comes at once. I'm not liking Pink's playlist though. I wish I'd saw her last concert. That was better. Uh, uh, uh,
They showed Taylor Swift on the replay for a 50-yard one pass that qualifies showing Taylor. And then they fumble after they show Taylor. They fumble the next play. See if that
Jealousy is a
repeats.
curse, you know.
She's wearing like this little.
Well, get over it. What the fuck?
She's wearing this
Is the
black.
problem with everyone has with Taylor? She's just a fucking singer. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, Marty, you need to just shake it off. Right?
There is so much bitching about this chick. It's unbelievable.
She's showing her midriff at a
Everybody's
football
got
game.
pictures of how she's a man. It's just crazy crap.
Well, I trust Owen Benjamin, and he knows people who basically banged her. So
Marty, do you want to stream that in here?
football game?
Yeah.
No, I don't think. I'm watching on terrestrial vision. They're really pushing this FanDuel online betting. The depravity of gambling.
Up snaps.
Hello.
Snaps, I think Demonstryde has a question for you.
Oh my God, what is it?
tried doing that yesterday with Finn. What was my question?
Ask her if she'll agree.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Will you agree to answer a series of yes or no questions?
Oh my God, that's not from you. That's from the flat earther. I know it is. He's been
Yes or
asking
no?
me that for like 2 days now.
Yes or no?
Oh my God. Yes, I guess.
Question number 2. Is English your first language?
No. Yes, it is.
Question number 3. Are you AI?
Maybe.
Are you holding your phone?
Yes.
Question number 4, 2-part question. Do you pay your taxes? Do you trust your government?
I pay my taxes, but I don't trust my government.
Question number 5. Do you now or have you ever worked for any of your government's secret intelligence agencies?
Maybe. No. No, I haven't.
Question number 6. Do you now or have you ever had a sexual fetish for any of the following? Ladyboys, trannies, furries.
Oh, what kind of question is this?
They
No.
always stutter. They always stutter on that one.
You can
Whatever.
ask me anything you wish after the questions have been complete. Question number 7. Will you now or have you ever accepted Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
In the past, I have. Yes.
Amen. Question number 8. Do you now or have you ever had a functional female reproductive system?
Yes, I do.
Question number 9. Do you believe such a thing exists as a perfect circle?
Hmm. No.
Question number 10. What's Earth's shape?
It is a globe.
Do you know the world famous now
Oh my God, how many questions?
astrophysicist?
How
Do you
many
know
more
the,
questions?
you can ask me any questions after questions.
Oh my God.
Do you know the world-renowned famous astro Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Indeed, yes.
He'll say, there are more stars in the night sky than there are grains of sand in all the world's beaches. Earth's highest tides are caused by the gravitational when both the moon and sun align with Earth, pulling her oceans out. If you were to measure the distance between Earth's highest mountain peaks and her lowest ocean lows, it would be but the depth of a fingerprint when compared to Earth's mass size. Earth's shape is not but a globe. It is an oblate spheroid pear shape.
Nicely done. Good job. Okay.
Would you like to continue the series of questions?
Sure.
Let's skip ahead a few here. Question number 32. Illuminati confirmed. How many Discord alts do you have? Is this your main?
Oh. This is my main. I have 2 others. But one was because I lost my password and stuff. And the other is a sock. So 2 others.
You pay for Nitro?
I do.
You should boost the server. Question number 241. Do you now or have you ever believed in the adverse effects of climate change?
I do. I believe in climate change.
Question number 420. Do you now or have you ever drank alcohol to excess or been addicted to any illicit drugs?
No. No addiction.
Question number 616. Have you ever looked into numerology?
No, never.
Question number 666.
Oh my
Do
god.
you believe Satan exists?
No, I do not.
Question number 777. What's your God's name?
I don't have a god.
How do you say God
Oh,
in
his
your native tongue?
God.
So you said you did have only one language, English, as your first
Yeah.
language?
Mm-hmm.
Question. Have you ever or do you now believe NASA put a man on the moon?
I do believe it.
Are you a
Yes.
goddamn American?
Yes, I'm a goddamn American.
Question number 911. Do you now or have you
Oh.
ever believed what they say the official narrative of that day was?
Yeah, plus I saw it for myself. So being a New Yorker. So yeah, I do.
Question number 93 million. How many miles
Stop.
do they say Earth is from the sun?
93, I think it is, million.
Define the following. 1 astronomical unit.
Wait, what? Say that again?
Define the following. 1 astronomical unit.
It's the distance between the Earth and the Sun. That's one.
Let's go
Right.
back a few. Question number 3.14. Do you now or have you ever believed what they say the official narrative was for any of the following? The Titanic, Pearl Harbor, the Great Pyramids, Chernobyl nuclear power plant meltdown, UFOs, weapons of mass destruction, aka nuclear weapons, nuclear fallout.
Maybe not the what is it? Mass. What is the fucking George Bush thing? Weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, I don't believe in that crap, but everything else I do. Yeah.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. The point is, you fool me, you ain't gonna fool me again. Define UFO.
It's written down somewhere. It sounds like you're reading this off of a paper. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Can't ask questions. My bad.
Define UFO.
Unidentified flying object.
Joe the Toe Rogan says it best. If it didn't want to be seen, why does it have a light on it?
What?
Question number 2020. Do you now or have you ever been prescribed corrective lenses?
Yes, I have. Are we done?
Skip a couple questions. Am I twice your age?
I don't know how old you are.
Are you older than 21?
Yes, I am, but not twice. Oh, wait, I don't know. I'm 35.
Bonus question. What are your highest high heels?
6 inches. Yeah.
And you're how tall?
I'm 5'3". I'm short.
You would be the same height with your highest high heel. Bonus question. How many babies you want?
0. No more.
0.0. Are you ready for the rapid round questions?
Oh my gosh, no, I'm not ready. I didn't study.
It's a little bit of math.
Oh my god.
And you can count on all 20 digits to do the math. Are you ready? How many fingers do you have on your hand?
5.
How many thumbs do you have on a hand?
2.
How many pinkies do you have?
About 5.
How many fingers do you have?
About 2.
What is 20 fingers plus 4 thumbs plus 8 pinkies?
What?
You could do a lot of math with all of it. Define a lunar cycle.
Ooh, I don't know. I got the dumbs. I don't know. A lunar cycle is... What is a lunar cycle? Is it the... Oh, is it the phases? No, that's not it.
Is it the entire year?
Oh, is that what it is?
I don't know. Someone told me last time. I just asked these questions. How long is a night on the moon?
I don't know, actually.
Is a day on the moon consisting of a night and a daylight time?
I know that has to do with phases too, right? Like when the sun hits, I don't know. Feels stupid. Stop making me feel stupid.
If we spent a night on the moon, it would be 32 days.
Okay, I figured it would be like days. Okay.
All right.
Got you.
Question number niggle. Will you now or have you ever used the niggle word in any of the following ways? Only a humorous way for a joke, after seeing an old college friend, hatefully in real life to a hard R.
Oh, no, never. Okay, I'm lying. No, I never. I'm just joking. Never, ever.
You never used it in a humorous way or after seeing an old college friend?
No. Have you? It's racist. I'm offended.
You can ask questions when you get to the end of the series of yes or no questions.
Let's
yeah,
move
right.
to some. Let's move back to science. Let me grab a science card here.
Oh
How
my
many
God.
poles does Earth have?
2.
How many poles does a flagpole have?
2.
Does
have no
Earth
idea.
rotate around a single pole?
What? How
Does
can
Earth-
Earth rotate around? Oh, yeah. Well, wait, what? How can Earth rotate a pole when it's on it?
Well, that's why they call her spaceship mother, because she got curved. That pole at that
Oh, no.
33.3 degree angle confirmed.
No. Oh.
Final question for Earth's poles. How many poles does the flag pole on the moon have? The flagpole is holding the American flag.
I'm gonna say 1, I guess.
Alrighty. Let's go to, let me pull a psych card here.
Oh my goodness.
Have you ever had disturbing thoughts that you knew you would never act upon? I.e., internal dialogue giving you intrusive thoughts.
Yes. Ooh, that makes me look bad. Ooh.
All right. Let's go back to science.
Oh my God, is this live?
Do you see in 3D?
What?
Do you see
No.
in 3D?
I don't.
If you close one eye, do you see in 2D?
No.
Do you have no depth perception with one eye closed?
Your depth perception is off if you have one eye, right?
Do we live in a 3D world, or do we view a 3D world? God damn it.
Guess so.
Let me finish. Do we view a 3D world in 2D?
What? No. Right? Stop embarrassing me. I feel so stupid.
Everyone answers these questions, so it's not just you that gets embarrassed.
No.
So
Okay.
I'm not picking on you.
Well, that makes me feel
Alrighty. Let's move away from the science. Let's move back to some beliefs. Would you believe within your lifetime that you would see one of the two following happen first? Man's return to Mars, Jesus's return to Earth.
No. Return to Mars. When have we ever been to Mars in the first
Well,
place? Oh, sorry.
women are from Venus, so you've never been to Mars.
Exactly. True.
All right, we have a suggested question from a foreigner.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Do you think your education system is propaganda or knowledge sharing?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Are you a little bit of country and a little bit of rock and roll?
Oh, of course. Always.
All right, the final question is in an image form. I'm going to post it.
Oh my goodness.
Chat. Just give me a second. Super Bowl still 3-0.
Ooh, really?
I think they only showed Swifty once.
Swifty. Oh god. Oh, so she did go, huh? They were like,
Yeah,
you gonna
I
come?
was watching the
or not?
footage of her getting off her private jet.
Oh my goodness. Really?
I'm not a Swifty, by the way.
I don't know. Swifty. I don't see the big.
Let's get Swifty with it.
Yeah, let's get Swifty. Oh, that's my show. I need to watch the new season.
All right, here's the image. I want you to look at this image and tell me how many windows you see on the building behind the FedEx truck.
18 maybe? I don't know if those are windows, those little ones.
You can count the little ones and assume there's one at the bottom too.
So 19?
Is that your final answer?
Wait. 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah.
You see the FedEx truck.
Mm-hmm.
You see the logo on the FedEx truck.
Mm-hmm.
Which way is the arrow pointing on the FedEx truck?
I don't even see an arrow. What arrow?
You see the E and the X.
Oh. What?
You see the image I posted?
Yeah, I see you drew an arrow, but I don't see an arrow in the picture.
Okay, so there's a white arrow I have drawn, and then there's a yellow arrow from that white arrow that I drawn.
Yeah. To the truck.
Right.
But I don't see it.
What's the yellow arrow pointing to?
Oh, the egg.
You see it now?
Don't laugh at me.
You're gonna see that and think of me for the rest of your life.
Do you see the
Oh
white
my
arrow?
god.
And we
Yeah.
now you know you're 35 and you're not in your 20s when you had
No.
many of us were in our
Oh.
20s when we were defiled and told. So now, which way? Answer the question. Which way is the arrow pointing? To the rear of the truck or to the front of the truck?
The yellow one? The yellow one?
The arrow.
The yellow arrow. The yellow arrow. The yellow arrow.
The arrow in the FedEx logo.
Yeah, I don't see it, but I don't know. Oh, it's pointing to the rear. I see it.
Now you see it. Really now?
I told you I have the dumbs sometimes.
Well, we've talked a while ago, and I don't think you're dumb. So, all right, now imagine yourself between the before mentioned building, between that building and the truck. Right, you're on the sidewalk there. Now you're facing the truck. Now tell me which way the white arrow in the FedEx logo is pointing, to the rear of the truck or to the front of the truck?
Wait, say that again? Huh?
So imagine you were in the truck in the passenger side, right? And you get out of the and you're now between the building and the truck. You're on the other side of the truck. And you're looking at the truck and you see the logo. Which direction is that arrow pointing?
Well, if FedEx is on the other side too, then it would be pointing to the front of the truck.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Your eligibility has been determined.
Okay.
And you had passed, but barely.
Oh man.
You want to know what you got?
What did I get?
F plus.
Oh no.
Passing because it's COVID.
Oh.
So don't worry about it. Everyone gets an F plus, by the way.
Okay. Maybe I'll retest one day.
You can you can make a suggestion for a future question.
Okay. Cool.
You can ask me any questions now. Do you have any questions for me?
I have none. No.
They never do. No one ever wants to ask me anything. I'll ask them 40 different questions. They have nothing to ask me. 0.0.
How about why did you choose the name that you chose?
Because I seen real Donald Trump.
Real Donald Trump?
And I think
Are you a Trump supporter?
I had made my Twitter account, I believe, a year and a half or so before I got flatted. And I have my name that way because I'm a real flat earther. I've made the
He's
flat
about
earth
to cry.
No one else
Sounds
had made
like
a flat earth map. As you see my profile picture there, it's my flat earth map. And I'm a real flat earther doll.
I don't think you are.
Join the club.
I don't think you are.
We can still be friends.
You're fooling us all.
So did the underdogs just take a lead in the Super Bowl?
Who's playing?
He's like you're serious about no ball talk.
Oh my goodness.
Trouble about, are you streaming a burning swastika?
Oh god. That's what it
Never
looks
seen
like.
The burning cross
Ah.
thing, like, what does that mean? Like,
What song is that?
I always think of a cross as an ancient torturing device, right? Like a crucifix.
Is that pink? It is.
What is it?
I asked if that was pink, and I guess it is.
Oh. What song?
I don't know, even heard of this song before. No idea what that is. Protesting or something? I don't know what that is.
So is Taylor Swift's boyfriend the quarterback for the San Francisco, or
I think he's the quarterback. I know he just plays for them. I don't know football.
Wait, soccer has quarterbacks now?
American football.
Seriously,
Well,
though, who's
is-
playing at the Super Bowl?
Oh, everyone speak.
yeah, right? What's up, Briggs?
Hello. Hey, do you guys think that Taylor Swift is a grower or a shower?
You know, I think my experience from elongated they're always
Elongated skulls.
elongated clitorises. Clitori.
Okay.
Clitoris.
Clitori. Oh my
All
goodness.
the fishes in the sea.
Well, I guess you're assuming that's the apparatus that's being used here.
Well, I'm a fan of Owen Benjamin, and he's a pretty funny guy, and I trust what his opinions are. He says he's known someone, I assume from like childhood or high school, who had banged Taylor Swift. So, and that person confirmed to him that it was indeed a shower elongated clitoris.
That's what's up.
Yeah, all this tranny talk, I mean, you gotta either ask them if they ever had a functioning female reproductive system, or you just gotta grab them and find out.
I
It's
mean,
really
it
weird.
didn't
Is
have
like
to be
all the people like
What?
all the people trying to point to all these females and saying they aren't females is so weird. It's definitely a new
Very
thing.
weird.
You know what's
Very
even more
weird.
weird is when they're like 80% correct. That's even more weird.
It's like the Taylor Swift is a dude thing is the fucking weirdest one yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh man, dude.
Like,
I've
do you
never.
think do you think she looks like a dude? And if that's the case, how
Yes.
many dudes are you attracted to?
No, he doesn't.
I'm not
at all.
attracted to Taylor Swift.
Right. So then
I
I'm
have-
guessing like are you there, like is there a more masculine feature that is attractive to you then? Like that's crazy to me.
More masculine. What do you? I don't
Like
understand
Taylor Swift is very feminine. So when you say like that's masculine, I'm like, well, what do you
No.
think is
I disagree though. I don't think Taylor Swift is feminine. That's the whole point. Like I see a man playing dress up and having hormones for like most of their life.
That is so retarded.
right?
Like,
So what do
like,
you
that's
find
very
feminine
retarded.
is the question then. Because
What do I
think
find feminine? Women?
it is subjective. Right. So it is subjective. And for you to be like, well, my interpretation of what feminine is should be what everyone agrees with. It's weird.
See, you see a picture of Taylor at the beach in her little bikini. The hip to whatever ratio, blah, blah. She's obviously talented. I'm not like a big fan. I know it's hard to play guitar and sing at the same time. But for her to be so popular and to be used as a tool for like political reasons, and for her to be used as a tool is enough for me to not really give a shit if she has a dick bigger than mine. And that's the first thing you gotta ask them. Is it bigger than mine?
why even bother? You know, like if unless like the only reason that you point something like that out is because you dislike them, then you could just ignore them even easier. But if you take time out to point out things you dislike, is the reason you dislike her because you think she's a man, or that you don't like her music?
Whoa. Okay, so I think this is a great point. Thank you for bringing it up. So there appears to be some confusion.
Definitely.
Okay. So here's the confusion that I think is most interesting. Like, I can have an opinion, you can have your, standard deduction, which is, they're who they say they are. But because
Wait, yours is an opinion, but mine's a standard deduction.
yeah, because I wouldn't even say that yours is like a deviating opinion. You're just kind of adopting what's in front of you. It's like the baseline. Like if you're not deviating from the baseline, then how is that like?
I can take
opinion?
in every bit of data is all it is. It's just data, and it's
okay,
whether
but is it a strong
I'm not agreeing
opinion?
with. But I'm not agreeing with the group. There's a bit of data that says here's this woman, here's her history. What do I think about that? I don't have to base my opinion on what others have also agreed with. That's what you have just accused me of doing.
Okay, well, we can talk about that next, but let's get back to what I was trying to get to. Is that there is this confusion that people think that because someone is saying, "Oh, look, that is a trans person," or this person is not the gender, the sex, or whatever they say they are, and they're deceiving all of humanity or whatever they're doing, that we hate them. That's not the case. Like, if I'm pointing out a difference, I'm just trying to. I'm noticing something. Well, what was the word you used? It was
dislike.
Yeah.
What
I don't
is the
dislike
reason for dislike? Okay.
Yeah, I don't dislike.
So how many men that are female that are dressing as men do you point out? Like, how many celebrities are you like, oh, that's actually a chick? Like,
oh man,
fucking Bruce Willis. That's actually this dumb bitch.
Celebrities, it's probably like a third.
But why do you
half.
care? Why do you care? Is what I want to know. Like, who cares?
I mean, if that were true, would you not want to know?
No, I wouldn't.
I don't
give a fuck.
You don't think so? So you don't think that there would be some like underlying reason that Hollywood will choose or pick from a pool of persons that are pre-selected because of this identifying feature? You don't think that makes sense? I mean, you think that makes sense?
Who's the person who played in Juno and ended up they transitioned to now Ellen Page? There we go.
Yeah, but that's different.
This is my point. Is that person decided to transition to a man? Now, either your idea of this is that Hollywood selected this person because they would eventually transition and they could use it, or they did that on their own.
They probably just did it on their own.
Right. Well, why isn't that part of the narrative where Hollywood chose them to do it?
Yeah, I'll give you a great example. So, all of these people who make garments and like clothing, like all these like high designer end clothing lines and stuff, like a lot of those people that are walking down the runway are men. They were raised as men. They were bred and groomed into being this position to present as a woman and wear, feminine clothing, when in reality they're men that have been taking hormones their whole life. Well, it's because
who cares though?
You say who cares? Okay, you guys can express your feelings. And then
what is someone's transitioning thing? Like someone's gender? What does that have to do with you? Why do you care so much about them being female or not actually being a real female? Like, why? What does that do for you in your life that you care so much?
All right, because there is a group of persons in higher society, okay, that they worship the Baphomet, which is the blending of both genders.
I'm talking to someone who's not rational thinking, basically. So, Demon, you're talking to someone who's not rational in his thoughts.
I mean, I didn't.
Not at all.
I
He's
didn't
talking
create the
about fucking
Hold
Baphomet.
on, don't interrupt.
Baphomet.
I did not
Oh my
create the
god.
Baphomet.
Hold on.
I didn't worship the Baphomet.
Do you-
I'm just studying the people that do.
You're talking to
Okay,
someone
but do you think
completely
people that
bad.
transition are Satan worshippers?
Some of them.
Do you think that's the reason that they transition?
Okay, colloquially, you can just call it Satan. I don't know exactly what they worship and how they do it, but usually it is a bloodline affiliation, and they're given special privilege and access, and also they end up being mutilized or touched when they're children and other things. So it is a grooming process. There are people who actually, it's kind of like this, like you're atheist, right? So you don't have any devotion or belief in anything. It's a total load off. However, you cannot disagree that there are people around you who do believe in Jesus Christ, who do believe in all these different, functions and religions, right? So those people exist. All I'm doing is acknowledging that the people who do worship Baphomet and have their own practices, they do exist, and they operate in higher society, and we can point out their different expressions and how they're trying to manipulate the public by basically.
Those are just claims. I mean, you can claim that the people who worship Baphomet, and you've now tried to tie them to transgenderism without having any actual evidence to point to it being the case. Your claim is that they are there and they are having this affiliation, but really that's just the claim. I'd love to see how you actually link them.
Well, how are they not linked?
You have to show how they are first.
Okay, but how are they not linked?
I'm not making your argument for you, Riggs. Tell me how they are linked.
What do you think a Baphomet is?
It's the double-sexed satanic sculpture from pagan religions, or it's the satanic.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's
fair enough.
It's religious.
Okay, so if I were to to tune my guitars, right, I would go string by string, and each note has to be tuned, or each string has to be tuned to a certain note, right, in order to get that expression. Now, if society is operating in this way and these people are operating in that way, if Baphomet is this certain tuning, why are they tuning themselves with that expression? So I'm not saying that they are and that they are these people. I'm saying that if you're trying to find those people,
right,
you look at the ones that are giving off that expression, and then you look into the history, you look into their affiliations, and there's a lot of different things to do.
Well, let's go to your actual claim, though. Let's go to your actual claim instead of the minutia. Your claim is that Baphomet orders our reality and tunes people into different strings to play us and make chords out of us. What you're trying to say is like, well, okay, well, I'm pretty sure I understood your tuning analogy. You're trying to say that there's certain groups of people. What you're trying to say is there's certain groups of people that try and align to tune so that when they harmonize, Baphomet hears their frequency. Like, what you need to do is prove to me Baphomet is actually tuning anything.
I didn't do a good job if that's what you got out of that. I don't think Baphomet is doing anything. Ultimately, I think that there are bloodlines and of families who have very, occultic practices. And some of those people will worship this deity who they call a Baphomet, who has certain expressions and practices. One of those practices is gender bender. And it has to do with bastardizing the expression of God, which is the male and the feminine, and what they've done is they've combined them together to consume the power of God, and that's the whole point. So when you're looking for these people, you look for that expression.
Okay, what about so when you say bloodlines, I always think of people that have power or control. What about just the fucking junkies and the fucking losers and bums of the world that work at McDonald's and are transitioning? Like, what about all these other people that aren't?
What about them?
You think that they're part of some bloodline that's in control of some ancient benevolence?
I would not suspect so.
Right. So why would you say then that transgenderism has anything to do with bloodlines?
based on their affiliation and the way that they live their life, they're the class of society they exist in. Yeah, I would not immediately suspect so,
because I would say transgender people exist in all classes.
Yeah, this is not. So the people that I'm talking about, they exist in higher society. Okay?
And lower.
I would say not so much.
Well,
not so
there
much.
are transgender people who exist in the lower end of society too.
I understand, but what I'm talking about are people who are not openly transgender. What I'm talking about are there are people in charge of the media, people in charge of the banking, people in charge of printing money, printing value. And these people, they want to push the bastardization of God onto the people. And the way they do that is
onto our money. Shit like In God We Trust.
It has to do with influence and control. So if they are in a position of power, then the people down below cannot set the culture. They set the culture. And the culture they want to bestow upon us has to do with the bastardization of replication of the human race. They want to ruin the family unit. They want to basically confuse everybody. And one of the ways they do that is by creating these people in like these idols. It basically has to do with the perfection of idolization. They will create these idols.
I don't disagree with a lot of the fact that yes, there are people in power that are trying to create culture changes and influences, and they absolutely create idols. They also do want people to become ultimately slaves out of the pocketbook. Ultimately, people that hold on to the power and slowly have been gathering their wealth over the years ultimately want world domination, where everyone has to bow to them essentially. I don't disagree with that. I just don't think it's as nefarious with like Baphomet or anything like that. Like it's human nature.
Look into Baphomet. It's not human nature. That's the thing. They're pushing anti-nature, and the way they do that is by promoting through their idols the Baphomet expression, which is the gender bender, the whole LGBTQ, all that stuff is being promoted and pushed and forced down our throats. It's not organic though. It's being done to create. No, it's not. It's not organic.
Though. There's the homosexuality and you want to say there's only
about homosexuality.
Yes, so hold on a second. You want homosexuality and things like transgenderism, things like multi-sex, like, or even just saying there's only two genders or two sexes is ridiculous. So you can just look to nature, and there are multiple people have multiple gene sets where it's not just XY or XX. Okay, like science would disagree with you heavily, is all I'd say to that.
I mean, if these are your opinions, then I can't have the discussion with you, but I'm just giving you the answer. So there you go.
Well, that's the difference. You want to give me answers instead of opinions. I have opinions. You have answers.
If you're doing a callback, that's a good callback, but I'm pretty sure I could answer this if I weren't so fucking high right now.
Can I chime in?
You can dingle him.
I think I was listening to a snippet of Joe the Toe Rogan. They say when empires fail, they hyper focus on sexuality.
I don't know.
How long has America been an empire? And I don't see us failing anytime soon.
The thing is, bro, I don't think that the failure of society is organic, and that's my opinion. I think that is pushed because the best way to control people is to keep them flowing and off their best feet, their best footing. And so The controllers of society, so to speak, they will always be creating the conditions that are not the ones that were yesterday. They're like, today there's this new news, tomorrow there's some event that happened, the next day is this. They're always trying to, keep you on your toes so that you can't have any steady footing, and we can never reach our, full potential as humans. But these are just patterns I see. I don't think that people organically fail the way that we fail as a whole. I think those conditions are created because there's a certain level of efficiency that doesn't benefit the people up top. Like right now, we have AI and automation and all this stuff, and they're probably tired of seeing all these fucking rats run around, all these fucking pores run around. They're probably tired of that. So they're going to allow the conditions to let that fail a little bit so that population recedes, because they don't need that many people. It's a fucking hassle.
Well, look at modern day Germany, right after the World Wars. They've been gladly welcoming migrants, refugees, just so their workforce can stay up to par. I mean, the German
That's the excuse, really.
It's going down. It's like, you look at how many whiteys are going to be in America. Oh, get all fearful
It's not
about
even
it.
really about. It's not even really about like white or brown or whatever. It has to do with they're trying to destabilize is the best word. Trying to destabilize and to kill culture at all. They're trying to like when you boil milk, you homogenize it and you create one substance, something that had living enzymes and like healthy cultures and stuff. If you let a bowl of raw milk sit out, it'll be good for weeks. It'll stay good until it dries. But if you boil that milk and you only have the sugars, it will go sour, stale, and it'll be off by the end of the night. It's because they're trying to boil everyone down into a homogenized, singular structure, trying to ruin the culture so that they can manipulate it with their own cultures. They're trying to create a substrate in which to manipulate. And so you have to boil everything down to get rid of your culture and India's culture and all these people's culture by blending them together, which destroys it, which gives prime breeding ground for whatever they want to bring next. I don't know how people don't see it. Maybe I'm really good with analogies. Like internally with my brain, I can see what they're doing. But people just don't see what they're doing. Really surprised. It's like actually not even that hard to see.
I agree with you.
They're trying to create the conditions necessary to just make it easier to control more people. Yeah. That's it.
Yep. Because they don't want to lose their control and their wealth and their power. Pretty simple.
Yeah, if they can replace us with robots and shit, it's a lot easier than dealing with whiny bitches who are entitled. So, reduce the population a little bit.
Well, my main issue with all this stuff is when they say, this week, another Victoria's Secret model openly came out as trans, right? So how many of them are, and what is Victoria's Secret? I wrote a little song about it. I'll play it for you later. But if you're beaten down to all these beautiful ladies, these busty brassieres and curves and hips and ass, and then you find out one's a tranny, does that make you gay, and are you angry about it? Or maybe you just shouldn't have been masturbating to begin with.
I think I think people can do what they want, but when you force it on others and force others to accept it, that's when you'll get kickback. And they're starting to, like Rip Curl, replaced their female spokesperson with a man who's a trans woman. And they got massive kickback. Everyone's dumping their stock, dumping their products. So I'm gonna learn the hard way. They're all going broke. Disney, all of them. Bud Light, blah blah blah. Target.
Yeah, like I know a lot of people won't agree with me, but you know, like look at Michelle Obama as a man. You know, it's you know accepted and normal behind the scenes. And then like Joan Rivers
The Joan Rivers
came out
thing
and
is
said
what gets me. Yeah, and then she
Michelle
died.
Yeah, I mean,
Obama
it's
is not a man, dude.
But that is
Michelle
just one
Obama
comment.
is a linebacker, a huge fucking man.
Yeah.
And a lot of
let's
women's
see.
clothing does give you willies. You know,
I think it's
I've
just
worn
really
women's
disrespectful to women to
clothing and
constantly say that they're so non-feminine they
No,
couldn't
not at all.
possibly be a woman.
Not
No,
at
that's
all.
pretty offensive,
Not at all.
honestly.
But
Yeah,
it's
I
not.
think
But they're
without
not women, though.
proof,
That's the thing. It's offensive that they're pretending to be women. That's
No,
offensive.
it's none of your fucking business, and it's offensive that you think you get to say anything about
I
it.
would say, dude, I would say it is my business if they're presenting themselves as a woman and they're not, and they're, you know, the president's wife. For like JFK's wife was a man.
Mhm.
Jimmy Carter's wife was a man.
So if a dude looks like
you
a
know,
chick,
Michelle Obama is
if a dude
man.
looks like a
I'd say
if a
these
dude
are
looks
like
like a
problems.
chick, we should fucking ridicule him for not being a man, right?
No,
no,
it's
a
not
lie.
that at all.
Why
It
not?
has to do with
Why not?
it has to do with these people in the background that are creating these creating the situation. Like I said, there are people in the background. I don't know if it's CIA driven or what's driven. There are organizations of people that are pushing this occultic practice. It has
what
nothing to do.
organization pushed Michelle Obama and Barack Obama to get married?
Probably the same organization that created their fake children by adopting them from family friends.
Yeah, you see how like
Maybe
every time
religion.
you put a claim out,
Because
it gets crazier and crazier. Like,
maybe
that's
I
fucking
think it's
crazy, dude.
religion. Because you can't
Maybe
be
it
gay
is
and go
that
to
crazy
heaven.
though.
If you transgender, you can. So
Maybe
I don't know, I think
that's the thing, Demon, is that
I think you need to watch
if you're
it
not
before you
willing to
get
accept
like
that this is a possibility,
like,
then you're going to say everything's
with
crazy.
slander or something like that, man. Like it's pretty crazy some of that shit you say.
It gets worse, dude.
Yeah, I know it does.
It gets worse. Yeah, if you think this is bad, shit. You need to, dude. If you knew what was really going on behind the scenes,
no, you just claim. No, you're claiming you know these things, and you don't. You can't
That's
possibly
fine.
know these. You can't possibly know these things to be fact, but yet you say it like you do. That's the problem.
yeah, and it will never be proven. That's why I just leave it in the conspiracy area. I don't take it as fact.
Well, that's that's up for debate. Never be proven.
Right. Well, so far your arguments are based off of emotional opinions.
No.
No, they
Why-
are.
why do you say that?
What evidence have you brought to the table? Well, what evidence?
What makes you think it's emotion?
Well, that's my opinion. If it appears to be emotional.
Oh, okay, well, I don't have any. I just study the enemy, bro. That's all.
Why do you consider them your enemy?
Well, why did they call Hollywood Hollywood? It's a wizard stick. Why would they call it that?
Hmm. So now you're doing this like rhetorical answer question with question thing, and we've left the conversation.
Kind of, but like everything in my talking points leaves your ability to converse
they
about
do
it. You
that.
basically say it's like you say it's emotion or that it's offensive.
Well, I
or
have no
what if it's
reason to
just
think
true?
I have no reason to believe it's anything but emotion based on the way you presented your argument so far. Just
Maybe it's called
calling a spade a
Hollywood
spade.
because they make magic come true turn dreams into movies. Doesn't have to be witchcraft though, does it?
Well, it's up to you.
But I mean, the
'cause
problem
all
is it
comes
could
from
be.
England, and I mean,
It
everybody
might
was
be the
pretty
way you're saying it.
superstitious and whatever back in those days.
I'd just rather be firm on the belief that it is what you claim it is when there's evidence for it, versus a hard stance that it doesn't appear good faith, in my opinion. Like when it just comes from, well, she's not feminine enough, so I'm gonna claim she's a male without any evidence to the contrary.
Can you give me a picture of her being pregnant? Michelle Obama.
Why would that be my standard of evidence I'd have to support for you?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't even say it's a standard of evidence. I'd just say, you know, it's probably a basic level of evidence that I'm asking for.
That's not a thing we did back in those days, was take photos of ourselves pregnant. I think I've got maybe
Picture
one
of Jackie Onassis smoking a cigarette with a baby bump.
Wasn't she already married to Kennedy? Like, so she's already big and famous. I suppose Michelle was when she was younger. I don't know.
I'm not saying you have to have it. I just say would be something pretty basic to ask for, right?
I'd be hard pressed finding one. But I'm not on film either, like they are.
Yeah, I think the day that we come up with a full expose of all of the people who are not who they say they are, or they are gender bender, or you know, they have backgrounds that really hit home on the point. I think that would be the day that you might have to change your paradigm, Demon. Now, I'm not even saying that shit doesn't exist. I just don't have it in front of me.
Yeah, well, you're acting as if it was presented to me in front of me, I would have a problem with changing my view, which wouldn't be the case.
Well, I think it's pretty clear that Michelle Obama is a man. I don't think that one requires a lot of you know, a lot of evidence. I think it's pretty.
What are you going
obvious.
on for that? Why do you feel that way?
It's not about feel that way.
What evidence do you have?
It
then?
appears to be that way.
What evidence?
I've seen a lot of evidence in my history of, you know, passing on the internet.
All right. So what
I've
was
seen a lot of
convincing
different
to you?
evidence.
Pictures?
I would say watching some kind of aberration or ding-a-ling bounce around on what was her name? Ellen's. She was dancing. Michelle was dancing. You could see like some kind of dick or balls like bounce up on the clothes. I would say it's pretty convincing also. Well, sorry, go ahead.
What material were the clothing made out of?
No.
That's going to make a difference as to how the material behaves. So if you could
Yeah,
tell me what material each
I've thought
outfit
about that,
was,
and I've seen it, and I can't think of any reason why it would bend up and flex in that.
Let me
the
ask you
material
this
just does. There's nowhere else for it to go.
What song?
Well, no,
were
I'm
they
talking about a small bump, not a crease. But also there are instances where Obama has called Michelle Michael.
No, that's very close.
There's been people who have testified under oath that they used to smoke crack with Obama and they had a gay relationship. There is the Joan Rivers testimony, which I don't think she was joking, in my opinion. That is my opinion.
Well, it's a crazy thing for her to say. If it's not true.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's just the plethora of pictures of Michelle Obama appearing to have a completely intact male bone structure and that is to my best estimation.
Riggs,
it's just very obvious to me.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you ask Michelle or Big Mike, Would you want to find out if it was bigger than yours? Care if it was bigger than yours?
I'm sure it is. Even to today, I'm sure it's bigger than mine. That thing is a huge bitch. That is one huge bitch.
Big Mike.
So you reckon she was doing all that with a heart on? Or she just has an enormous oversized...
I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that. I'm just saying, I see this and I think, okay, that's peculiar, right? And I've always seen pictures of Michelle looking very manly, having not male features. I don't see any baby pictures. I see that they have family friends that actually fit the genetic look and makeup of the children, which means possibly they didn't have children. I have my own conspiracy theories about Obama being an entirely different person, and working for the CIA, doing like ops stuff with the CIA, which I have other theories about. So like this whole narrative about this couple, their family, the reason that they became president and first lady, it looks to me like a total construction and some kind of operative. So I don't give that relationship any legitimacy, and it's not about trying to offend women. It's just this appears to be what they do, and I have seen this in other presidencies. So it's like a total narrative. I'm not just isolating to the, oh, it's just this is a dude. It's not just that. It's a whole thing.
Oh yeah, I know it's a whole thing, but just with the pictures, I'm wondering, is there any footage of men whose penises behave the way hers does?
Yeah, I mean, people do the helicopter all the time. Fuck, I could do it. You know, like
I know, but they're naked. She's not naked.
Yeah, no, yeah,
I'd like to see
walking
a
around
man's
in
penis
khakis.
behave like that.
No, I'm talking about dancing on stage where they're bouncing around. Fucking, it's possible. That's all I'm saying. It's possible. Find it curious. I don't see that in anyone else's garments. Is it a fact? I don't know. All this other stuff. I think.
But if men's doodles don't behave,
It
like
all
that
fits
in
together
those
for me. It makes sense, whether that's true or not.
I think he got cock on the mind.
I don't know. I think there's something sus about them, but.
Oh yeah, of course. Have you seen all the scars on Obama's head? He has like a dozen scars on his head, hidden in between all of the hair follicles. Yeah, it's sewn in. It's really strange. There's a lot of things that people don't know about these people, and they're not who they say they are. So I'm sorry if you guys think it offends women, but that's just not. It's not even close.
No,
to
it's
what I'm
offensive to women to constantly like what do you like? Who cares? Like even if Taylor Swift was a dude, like constantly like being so upset that he's pretending to be a chick
for
so long. Like,
no one's
leave it
upset.
alone.
No one's upset.
Like you are.
No,
but that's why it comes off like it sounds like you're mad at women.
No, not mad at all. No, it's
I'm
just
saying
I'm
for everybody else seeing it, that's what it looks like. I believe you when you say you're not, but it does look like that to every other observer.
I don't care what other people think it appears like. I find it fascinating, totally fascinating. Like all this whole narrative I've kind of somewhat alluded to, and the research that I've gone into it, like it's fascinating. And then you find out the presidents are related, second, third, fourth cousins, and there appears to be a bloodline that has preference, and they have taken the fucking lead on society, and this is part of the act. That's what it appears like.
On the other side, I do think it's offensive for men to be expected to see trans women as women, and vice versa.
Why? I have to look at ugly people all the time.
Whatever.
I don't get offended.
They have
I don't get offended when
themselves.
Who cares though? It's none of your fucking business is the point. Like it really shouldn't bother you at all. Like I spend my whole fucking day minding my own fucking business.
Well, then mind your own fucking business.
Yeah, because you're
That's
not
what
single.
I'm saying. Why does it bother you?
Because you're not single, you don't have to deal with it. Why does it bother you that it bothers us?
show me one person who's had to like deal with like like
The whole
deal with
next generation. Try the next
Yeah.
generation. It's what they're having
somebody
to deal
that's
with.
actually
You know
like
what?
upset about it. Like I see all I see is grandpa and grandma getting mad at, you know, the shit changing. That's all I see. And show me somebody from the next generation arguing about it. That's not us old
No.
crotchety
It's
fucks.
not about shit changing. Or we're
They
pointing
are.
out that
They are coming out and say they don't want
Where?
it.
Show
Men
it.
don't want to have to
No, a bunch of
date
young
a
Andrew
boy
Tates that
pretending
want to
to
be a
girl.
fucking misogynistic
They're complaining about it.
control freak, and they want their bitches to
They want
just
to know
shut up
which
and get
ones
in
are
the
the women
kitchen.
and
Yeah,
which
yeah.
ones aren't.
That's the kind of
What's wrong with that?
people that are upset with it. That really, you know, want their women to be in their place. If you disagree with that, we're living in two different worlds.
look, all the problems we have right now are being created for us. Okay, if you stop taking it personal and just be fascinated how
I'm
they're
not
pulling
taking
it
anything
off.
personal.
No, I just mean in general. I think that's the attitude everyone should have is to just make it, have an awareness of what's happening, find it fascinating, and learn as much about it as you
Yeah,
can.
I agreed with like 2/3 of what your position is. It's just when you go a step further and you say it's like a bloodline thing that's pushing transgenderism for the Baphomet. It's like, dude,
It
you stepped
appears
out of the
to be.
fucking bathwater there.
Dude, it appears to be. Even in the emails, the WikiLeaks emails that came out from Hillary and Huma Abedin, I have emails of them. They were trafficking 33 children from Haiti, and they were checking in on each other about it. And then they had emails of sacrificing a fucking chicken to Moloch or like
Riggs, what
these
about
are
the
not
email?
like, I'm just trying to tell you, dude, there's something going on. I don't know exactly what it is, but I don't need to. But it appears that these guys are kind of into something fucking funky. And it's a performance. You know? And it would be good to know. Would it not? It would be good to know if that were happening, right?
I want to know these, because these emails, the things like I want to know, why is Obama ordering $30,000 worth of hot dog for a pool party?
Was it 30 or 50?
It was like, I was going to say 34. It was an extra